Good morning, everyone. All right. Ding, ding. Well, almost. Gamma Max is up 26.75. Well, it's gonna ding. So I looked at the wrong clock. You in the future? A little bit. Thanks to the DD. Yeah, no problem. I was running pretty late this morning, so now ding ding. Are you happy? It's going all right. Much love from the dunce corner, baby. Let's go. Hmm. SPX getting fucking drilled this morning. Open volume. That's interesting. $39.50, I think. $39.50 is at least where the majority of the puts bought in pre-market opened. $39.65 might present some resistance. It might not. Futures look like they're going to continue to sell off here a little bit more. Russell getting hit kind of hard today. Actually, interesting. That's got to be getting pretty close. Really no opening gap there. VIX is also not going crazy. I wonder if it's concerning that VIX is staying so cheap. You already cut your 4,000s for Friday? I'm pretty sure they stopped out at market open. I couldn't cut them in the pre-market. There was no one buying them. But I had a stop set on them. I'll probably just reposition them once we stabilize a bit. What are the implications of GM rising and the current direction of GME's liquidity? I'm gonna be honest, I don't like the turnaround in liquidity. We'll see how that ends up today. Arbitrage is still negative, but it's floating kind of back to the 0 point. Yeah, we'll see. And if there's any degree of covering, then tomorrow's the last day for anything out of not bipolar bear. um Jesus Christ. Tomorrow's the last day for any ETF liquidity that was used in the netting of that arbitrage. I'm going to be honest. I don't like the turnaround and the liquidity. Although that can change intraday, it doesn't look super hot. I would be careful with it. I'm probably not going to take any big options positions. If I do anything, I can, sell covered calls on any potential upside. So I do like that Gamma Max and Gamma Neutral are rising. It does appear that puts are closing. That was a nice bounce. I don't think it matters, but nice bounce nonetheless. Yeah, it's probably just going to continue down, right? Be careful with playing out of the money calls on any move up here in which VIX is dropping rapidly. So if we do find support, right, and we start to move back towards the call side, be careful with out of the money calls because you're going to get upcharged for volatility. You're going to pay a premium on the volatility when you buy in, and the volatility is going to drop as prices go up. This became kind of an issue yesterday, so I just want to warn about it today. You want you kind of want to be at the money on the call side. You can play further out of the money on the put side, but on the call side, you don't want to. You want those calls to go in the money quickly. Likelihood we see 39.90 by the end of the week. I don't know. A lot of put interest came in today, and the long-term options chain is heavily repositioning, and I don't know where it's all going to fall. A lot of the longer dated puts have been picked up, and I don't know where they're going to be repositioned. Same is true for longer dated things on the call side as well. There's also the effect of, JPM selling off their futures positions that we have to probably consider given that the options chain is so scattered. The effect of those sales could be significant. We may have seen some just now at market open. Really don't know, but it's possible, I guess. What do I do when all of the stocks I bought options on are moving in the correct directions? This has never happened before. Try to relax. Don't get over eager. Okay, so did IWM just bounce off Vega neutral here? Huh. It's a pretty strong bounce. Russell just moved green on the day. Oil's doing all right. SPX. Okay, let me see how positioning looks now that the market's open. Maybe it's a little better. Need to do the steam thing to loosen up the allergy head. Boil water, breathe the steam. That sounds like a terrible fucking idea. Why would I inhale water vape? That's how you get pneumonia. Yeah, no problem. That would have probably blown out everyone's ears. You think that NVIDIA put out regarding their disdain for crypto? Those hypocrites. I didn't, but I think I heard something about it. I didn't see the actual press release. GME's looking kind of interesting, actually. What the fuck is going on here? Huh. Okay. Jesus Christ. Well, I like that. That's very close to gamma neutral. Does the news on Baba change your outlook? No, I still think the company's a big pile of shit, but I'd be careful shorting it. At least until whatever price action's gonna play through the bullishness of the announcement. Was it just my stream, or is Gherk on a short delay like a love sports event? I might be. I don't know. I think my camera's lagging. But I'm not really sure how to fix that. Yeah, there's like a little bit of lag. Maybe if I turn it off and on. Is that better? No. Hmm. Just speak later. Okay. Yeah, that sounds pretty simple. It's just a stream delay. There isn't a stream delay though. I don't think it is. It's in OBS. Like whatever lag is going on right now is in OBS. I could try reopening OBS. CPU overhead. Hmm. That's weird. Maybe that's better. I turned off the hardware encoding. The last of NVIDIA's bags have been loaded. Yeah, it's synced. Okay. Yeah, it might have been some sort of issue with the hardware encoding. Hmm. Well, this isn't super bullish. Kind of makes me want to pick up another one of these. God, those are pricey. Yeah, volume's pretty anemic today on GME, you're right. Just slow support at the 2025 level, 22 or 2250. There's no like additional shorting coming in. Volume generation in the pre-market was still relatively low. Better than yesterday, but not quite as high as Friday. Interesting. Only 370,000 volume. Sounds like a push above 4,000. SPX is now unlikely compared to yesterday. It's less likely to be seen today. With the put positioning coming in. The call side does not look nearly as strong after the sell-off going into close yesterday. There's still a decent amount of interest at 4,000. And the gamma flip point's still at 39.8250. Although the interest above 4,000 has fallen off significantly. Like the 4,010 through 4030, that interest is mostly gone. Oh, I guess I could just get wider on this, right? I don't have to move it so much. XRT rip. Huh. Yeah, XRT's moving up really hard. Let me see if NVIDIA's falling. Let me see where gamma neutral is on NVIDIA today. Gamma neutral's at 251.85. So gamma neutral slid down. Gamma max is still ridiculously high. Delta neutrals at 227.59. Interesting. 2:30 April. Okay, this failed. That recovered. All right. Futures. Futures have a pretty nice bounce off of the weighted VWAP here, which is at 39.94.25. We may have a little difficulty breaking down below 4,000 on futures. There's some buy interest there. Not a ton, but some. I'll probably get a call here too. I'm just not sure what range yet. Gamma flip point for NVIDIA is 251 now. Upstart's being spicy. Is it? Why? Ooh. Man, they're shorting Upstart really fucking hard. Look at this shit. You think they're trying to get out before the rate cuts? Like, over the last 5 days, that's a really strong contraction. And bots is getting demolished. Like, bots hasn't been this low since back in, like, 2021. It's all the AI shorts on NVIDIA. You do this every day, but can you explain the liquidity of Upstart on your chart? Yeah, Upstart relative, well, Upstart and its secondary pools of liquidity are becoming more illiquid rapidly. And the effect of shorting on the underlying is becoming less profitable. Poor little Upstart deserves more than a $13 valuation. I mean, it really doesn't. Not yet, but soon. Any thoughts on shorting Sherwin? Oh, Schwab? Not interested. But the bounce back risk is way too high. And are people saying that 10K has to be released tomorrow? Don't they have 60 days after earnings? They have 60 days from the beginning of the fiscal year. Yo, did you know that when you have plenty of theta on a contract, it becomes significantly easier to manage? That's wild. Yes. Yeah, I did, Popcorn Trader. Are you saying bots? It seems like I'm not talking about the fucking price. Spider. AW, come on, if NVIDIA can get pumped 100% year to date because AI, then Upstart can get pumped 60,420% because they actually AI. Yeah, but nobody knows what Upstart does, Dork. Haven't you? No problem, man. What's that? I can't hear you. You're breaking up. Tig. Thoughts on BA? Moderately defensive and overpriced. Yeah, I wouldn't buy Boeing above like 175. I actually think I have a buy order for Boeing under 175. I don't remember what price it's at. It's absurdly low, but all right, fuck you, GameStop. How's FSLR short looking? Hold on. It's kind of still holding the 210 level for now, so it hasn't really done much. It broke down a little bit yesterday, but yeah, it's still like right around my entry level. Not breaking down too much just yet. Futures look like they can maybe fail on this. We're starting to pick up a little momentum to the downside, so we'll see if we break down below that 4,000 range now. It's at the 5-minute, so yeah, push here would be pretty bad, and then 0 DT positioning. Let's see. A pretty decent amount of short volume picking up all through the like 39.50, 39.55, 39.45 level. Calls 39.70, but weak still. Doesn't look like there's a big impact from calls just yet. Put call volume ratios 1.19. And if we slide down to the 3,900 range going into PCE, that's going to be fucking awesome. Okay, the options chain is normalizing a little bit now. So there's a lot going on here, but here's a more updated, now that we're a little bit into open. Hold on. There's a little bit more updated, I could go out further. Yeah, we don't need to see all that. So it looks like longer dated puts are coming back in at fairly stable levels around 3,900, 3,950, 3,800. Is that 38? Yeah, 3,800. 3875 has a notable amount of interest. On the call side, 4,000 still seems pretty strong. But you can see that range after 4,000 up to 4030 is broken down a little bit since yesterday. I think 4050, 4065, that's all sold. If we're down in the 3,900 range, approaching the JPM collar roll, the collar is going to be set 5% on either side, I believe. double bottom of 39.95 on futures. Yeah, it looks like it found a little bit of support again on the 5-minute. Although that second bounce is pretty weak for a double bottom. Pretty low volume. Can you briefly explain why AI will help Upstart with banks lending? Is it just like a turnaround from application to approval benefit? No. Supposedly, their model allows them to approve people with credit that otherwise would not qualify for a loan, based off of their machine learning algorithm that analyzes things like education, previous employment, stuff like that. And so they're able to approve more borrowers for a broader range of loan products than more traditional models. I'm getting more and more responsibilities at work. I'm sad to say it's taking away from my time here. I learned so much about health and beauty. No one can take that away from me. That sucks, man. But also, I mean, you still have a job, so that might be something that people want in the next 6 months. So I understand. Oranges Smarges, thanks for sharing your thoughts on Google this week. I appreciate the insight. Yeah, no problem, man. Congrats if you got some covered calls out. They're probably doing pretty well. Joe, cars are depreciating assets? Who the fuck is Joe? I'm playing inverse Kramer. When I play his hot takes backwards and forwards, then buy a straddle out of confusion and still lose money. Where's all the liquidity on GME? We had 65 million volume last week, and now it's run dry. I mean, we got some liquidity, obviously. They've got some to short with today, right? The falling market helps, right? As they get active funds selling, that adds liquidity. So, I mean, yeah, they're gonna short it into the falling market. If they have more to cover, and that comes due tomorrow, and any ETF liquidity was used, obviously it's better to cover that from a lower price than the price it was created at. Jan 2025 Fubo CSP for 130. For synth long for Jan 2024 1C, 60 cents 2x leverage. How does that sound? It's not bad. Is the put skew worth? I mean, it sounds like the put skew is worthwhile. I closed my $1 synth longs on the like little bounce up from below $1. But yeah, that sounds about what I try to target, like 2-to-1 leverage. Yeah, Upstart actually approved me for a loan. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so, you know, now that I've lost all faith in Upstart after having approved half squart for a loan, I'm going to be a little bit more cautious with my future holdings. Wouldn't that also, supposedly their default rate is lower than their competitors? Like significantly lower. Did Netflix stop the Ukraine war again? $8 rip out of nowhere. Spicy entry for puts, maybe. Ooh, nice. This is one of the reasons I didn't enter puts yesterday on Netflix. I'd be a little careful with it still. There's still more room to the upside. Test of 33.39. 33.37 still looks more likely, but 33.39 is a possible high. Well, 338.62 to be more precise. I don't know. I'd still be a little careful. That's a huge fucking bump. It's still really sensitive to upward price action on the indexes. And that's not due to NASDAQ bumping either, because NASDAQ's down 65 fucking points today. VIX at 2045. I mean, futures. Well, futures either get rejected off 4010. So maybe the right play here now is grab a 3980 while VIX is low, and then average down the 3960. Fuck, that's overpriced as shit. 60.85. So it's a $25 range. It's not too crazy. Let me see what put positioning looks like. I wonder if that was just capitulation on the 3970. So it doesn't look like we're getting a lot of call vol on SPX to prop it up, but Microsoft, Google, NVIDIA, and Apple all down bigly, and SPX flat. Why? NASDAQ down bigly. SPX has more like industrials and oil exposure than NASDAQ 100 does. Do you mind talking about the appropriate time to close out a hedge? I feel like I struggle to know when I should and shouldn't close it. I mean, generally you want to have some kind of thesis on what point you're hedging to. So like about that 39 like that 39.85 in case this continues up and fills the gap, or fills both gaps. If this breaks back down below this gap, I'll probably close it. So I'll probably set a stop somewhere near a breakdown here. But yeah, I mean, like, and yeah, below that 3970 level, you know, it's more likely that we break back down through the 4,000 resistance on futures after it failed to bounce. But understanding the positioning and like what levels you're trading is probably pretty important for determining when to hold and when to cut your hedges. I already had Netflix puts for 421. When would you start sweating? If you already had Netflix puts for 421, when would you start sweating? Um, didn't you hit mid yesterday? If you entered them yesterday, Netflix hit mid into the end of the day, like the mid target, and you didn't set a stop. Fuck, I don't know. Above 39 or 30, 337 is pretty risky. They could go either way. The index can lead the drop in stocks. Stocks can lead the drop in the index. This Google CC should look pretty nice. I just set stops on May 105C. That's up 41%. Yeah, they're doing pretty well. I sold 100s, but they're up quite a bit. Win chat poll for anything. How do you see positioning on SPX? You can look it up. You can get a free OI data from CBOE at the end of every day. So many people dream of staying at home and successfully trading the stock market. And Gherkin's living that dream. Kudos to the Pickle Man. Thanks, Britton. Can you critique my position, please? I have June 380 SPY puts, and I just picked up June 15 Upstart calls. Kind of all over the place there. I guess I can think of worse things, but that seems... The 380 SPY puts seem fine if you expect the market to go down over the next few months. The June 15 Upstart calls, I'm not so sure about. I mean, I guess it's following the rate pause. If Upstart keeps getting hammered, there's a pretty high likelihood that there's going to have to be some covering on it, but probably not until what, May? Yeah, I guess. I mean, you're paying for a lot of theta that you're not using on that, but that's why I usually sell, like when I get the Upstart leaps, I do synthetic longs because then you don't have to deal with the theta. What are your predictions for GME this week? I'm surprised it broke 23. I'm surprised it's holding, frankly. Are June NVIDIA 200Ps a good contract? They don't seem too bad. I have May 200s that are oscillating between being up and negative right now. I think they print below 260. Well, at least this week they do. How low can we drill on SPX today? Oh, we could fall down to the 3950 range, I think. For PC, you think it'll be hotter than hoped? Probably. I think that analyst expectations are kind of far off right now. Let me see what the current forecast is. I don't know. They're predicting that like the consensus is 4% or 0.4, but forecast is 0.6, which is flat. I could see it coming in flat or slightly up. 0.8 would be awesome for my puts. But it looks like the forecast is, well, the consensus forecast is, I think, a little low. But the 0.6 seems more in line. Yeah, I could see it just being flat. I think the idea that it's going to drop month over month, maybe oil prices were down a bit. Year over year should still be down, although only marginally. Core PC year over year probably also flat. I'll post this again. Is there any hope for my 390p SPY weeklies? They don't like the vol drop over the weekend. You're pretty far out of the money. Probably not. What was the thesis behind that? Just were you just buying them in case like we crashed on Monday as like a hedge, or because we've been trading in like the upper 3,900 range for a while now, so yeah, the drop in volatility is really bad for them. I don't know if you could average them down enough for them to print in our current range. You'd probably have to average them down a lot. That's a May 19 SPY 375 and 370. Would you average down here with VIX going down or cut and reposition higher? I still think the market will test 3,600 before May 19th. Okay, well, then yeah, I would try to take advantage of the lower VIX and either buy some slightly higher strikes because the entirety of your position is super fucking far out of the money, like long shot YOLO bet, or try to average down your position enough that it's profitable, you know, below the 3,900 level, which is far more likely to be seen than 36, at least in the short term. Is this the soft landing that the Fed wanted, or do you expect this market to take another leg down at some point? What will be the catalyst, in your opinion? Either the inflation data this month, negative sentiment due to SLD, or quarter one earnings. I think quarter one earnings have the biggest potential for the market to see more significant downside. Okay. My thesis is this piece of shit should be trading at 3,800 weeks ago. Probably. I mean, you mean when like banks started to fail? Yeah, we probably already should have seen far more downside than we have. GME staying above the gamma flip bullish. I mean, gamma neutral is really far away, but sure. Staying above delta neutral is a good sign. Spray paint, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Will there be a mass exodus from equities to bonds when we hit the terminal rate, possibly, yeah. Once bond buyers feel like the yields aren't going to continue to increase, I feel like bonds are going to become far more attractive, especially moving into quarter one. If year over year growth or 2 year growth is looking lower than the potential yields gathered from treasuries, right? So, if like the 2 year notes trading, by then what, like 4.2, 4.1, and outlook on growth companies is looking sparse, then yeah, bonds are going to start to get a lot more attractive. And if there's confidence that the yields aren't going to continue to increase, at least for some period of time, I could see a lot more interest picking up in the bond markets for more conservative investors, at least. I think interest has already picked up quite a lot in the bond markets over the last couple of weeks. Bazinga prediction: NVIDIA rally 14%. Okay. It's not ignoring a crisis. It's being forward-looking and it's classy. GME looking like it's about to drop more. Do they have more liquidity left to short with? Yeah, they do. They got quite a bit this morning, and we haven't really traded much volume. So, I think if indexes continue to drop, they have more than enough liquidity to continue to bring the price down with it. Any thoughts on GME tweeting about GME America tomorrow at 1 p.m.? I don't know if I care. Shill, everyone knows that banks dying is the most bullish thing that can happen for the economy. Well, I mean, no. But it does help concentrate wealth upwards. So, America likes that. Hey, Greg, if we don't have any price action because of T2 or T5, was the theory wrong or did they crime us? All right, it just means that they netted everything off without having to cover anything on the lit exchange that affected price. 1 second. Do you think we'll see 4,000 by Friday? Depends on if we see capitulation at the 39.50 level. If we see more accumulation of puts, um, the range for delta neutral positioning may shift down to the 3,900 level. Like delta was fairly flat between or gamma was fairly flat between 39.80 and like 40.20, well 40.10. But now we've moved too far below that level, right? So today with the accumulation of 39.50 put positioning, like 39.50, 45, and 55. Yeah, we're gonna move down to this, probably move down to this level at some point today. If that moves even further down into the middle of the week, you know, that's gonna put us closer to 3,900. And you know, so we'll either see this or this level straddle. At least right now, it looks like we'll see this or this level straddled. I guess if this level capitulates and drives prices back up to the 39.80 level, then we may see like neutral positioning. Like Thursday is going to be like our big neutral positioning day, right? As we move into PCE. So I think it's too early to tell, but right now we're kind of on track to move down to 39.50. So, and if that slips, you know, we may see positioning set up even lower. I think there's too much repositioning going on right now to tell with any kind of accuracy. Um, what do you think GME is holding 22.50 price? Why wouldn't they short it lower? Obligations to cover or not? Are they just netting off when prices fall and DMM is letting it gradually slip down? That's kind of the way it looks right now, yeah. I mean, there's obviously like covering going on at these low prices. There has been for like a few days now. We've had a few like runs, borrow rates dropping. None of those are good signs. There may still be steam to blow off, but there may not be a lot left right by the time it happens. You know, 5 days of netting is a lot. We can tell when boofing is higher than average, but we can't tell how much is being boofed. Arugus. Thoughts on GameStop's GME announcement tomorrow? I think it has a stupid fucking name. Hey, Gurk, just tuning in. What's up, Dunstan? Could you give your price target on RevRQ, Bobby, and Bear Stearns? Thanks in advance. I'm going to go with 0 across the board. Has the last year and a half of GME announcements been like, look at this Funko Pop? Yeah. The likelihood of Jimmy run tomorrow for T5 is looking dire, right? Was the liquidity grab today enough for them to cover all of their obligations? I mean, they've turned around the momentum of liquidity realization as of this morning. That doesn't mean that there won't be more covering. There very well could be. But it's definitely not happening today. I'm going to wait till tomorrow before moving into any more covered calls, but I'm only giving it tomorrow, and then tomorrow I'm going to sell the remainder of covered calls that I'm going to sell for this period. What does it mean that VIX and SPX are not correlated? Fear is diminishing with SPX value? I mean, they are slightly correlated. It really depends on what time frame you're looking at. Day to day, they're correlated. Minute to minute, maybe not. And it really just has to do with options buying on SPX, right? GME 24CC looking good? Or are you waiting till tomorrow for closer to the money CCs? I'm waiting till tomorrow. Did you think this week was going to be spicy? I thought there was some potential for us to have another, like, bounce back above Gamma Max. Although with Gamma Max rising and price dropping, that's looking worse and worse. Has there ever been an OPEX where we don't get a second after we ran and the price immediately dropped? No. November. Freg's Day. Actually. Well, sort of. Freg's Day just had its first peak early. So it did technically have a T+2 run. It was just really, really short-lived. But I would say that's the closest to one where the rug got pulled on the... I mean, it's possible that GME options interest isn't, high enough to generate significant obligations. And a lot of people weren't holding calls into earnings, right? So it's not like... I mean, a lot of calls went in the money, but not as many as were on the chain before earnings. I think the biggest advantage here is that there's still like a fairly significant number of sold calls on GME that are still in the money. What strikes are you targeting for more covered calls? I'm not going to tell you. Free the VIX. I mean, it's going up. The market's going down, right? It's doing the thing it's supposed to do. We broke down below 4,000 on futures. So futures has got some decent room to sell off now. For at least $20 before we run into any resistance. I don't think the breakdown's gonna stop yet. Yeah. It looks like the put capitulation on the breakdown is minimal. And if we see more put buying come in, VIX is going to rise even more. Do you see the bullish RSI divergence on Upstart on every time frame, or am I retarded? It looks like accumulation. Yeah, it does. I mean, I'm sure people are buying into Upstart, going into a potential Fed freeze on rate hikes, or pause. I don't want to say pivot because it's very unlikely we see a pivot, but stable credit markets are really good for Upstart. We've been over this a lot, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's some accumulation. Although RSI is about as useless as a bag of dicks. I can tell the Bullard is speaking right now. Oh, is he? Bar. No, wait. Today's Tuesday. Bar has testimony at 10 a.m. I don't see Bullard speaking anywhere. SPX didn't even bother with that right shoulder. I mean, it kind of did, right? They're just weak. I mean, if you go out in the 5-minute, this is just a bear flag breakdown, right? Also a lot of people sold their calls. I mean, I sold my calls the day after earnings. Like everything. I think a lot of other people did as well. Would you buy out of the money MSTR June puts? So lack of confidence in the bull side could, also lead to fewer obligations. I just made a little over 10% in my port on that drop. Should I stop trading for the day or what? I mean, That's pretty decent, right? I don't know. If you're put side favored right now, wouldn't you just like move up a stop or set a stop? Speaking of which, I should probably set a stop. Where do I want it? 750. Well, entirely possible that GME earnings surprise caused the shorts to can kick their obligations to June. The ETFs could have also rolled their forward quarter rather than buy now. Yeah, I will say that I think that there was not a significant amount of long volatility positioning on the chain when earnings hit. So anybody short vol at the time of earnings and currently still underwater on sold calls, especially at 20 and 2250, was not prepared for that reaction. So they got buried when the MMD risked before the earnings report was out. So, I mean, positionally, I would expect them to want to get the price down low enough that they could get out of the underwater sold calls. And we do see puts closing on GME pretty rapidly. I don't know if those are sold puts though, but they are closing. Over the last 3 days, we've seen a significant amount of the put interest sell off. Call interest has remained fairly stable, and some call interest out of the money has come in, obviously, right, with Delta or Gamma Max rising and Delta neutral rising, right? So I don't know. That's kind of why I'm still holding out just like a tiny bit of hope for maybe some price action tomorrow as well. Just because, like, if they can get those underwater calls freed up today and close them, then the MM is going to deleverage the rest of that hedge, right? And then if there's any obligations that were packed up in the ETFs because of the surprise run up, the AP can cover those tomorrow. I think it's unlikely. I have no intention of putting a lot of money on it, but it gives me enough pause to not sell covered calls into it, or not too many covered calls into it. Yeah, this still looks pretty bearish. Introducing Pickle Wireless. All new lines get a new iPickle. It comes with a direct line to Gurk, so you can ask him when to sell covered calls. Jesus Christ. BlackRock warning that Fed is going to remain hawkish on rates. Time to buy calls? What? That just seems kind of obvious. Why does BlackRock need to tell people what the Fed has already told people? Do you think GME has a higher floor now because of positive EPS? No. I mean, yes, but not at levels that we've ever seen it trade at. So now instead of, institutions being interested at $7 or $8, they might be interested at like 9 or 10. Did you mean to cut the call hedge? Not yet. No. I'm worried with all the zero DTs at 39.50. That if we test 39.50, there's going to be fairly wide capitulation, at which point I'll probably average this down. I made 50% profit on a zero DT put during this breakdown. Fuck yeah, man. That's awesome. You missed my question. Sorry. Where was it? Why do you think the SPY hasn't hit 3080, 380 yet or so yet? Market being propped up while rats flee the sinking ship or something else? We did hit 3,800. Are you talking about like last week after the Fed meeting? If you didn't trim when a run was called a week in advance after a 50% run, then you were truly regarded. I don't know how many people actually felt confident enough to hold like calls into earnings though. I don't like this pullback at all. You're buying the Fubo dip or going synthetic long? I bought some of the Fubo dip. I might enter some synthetic longs, but not right now. Maybe as we approach like mid-April. So the Fed needs to set rates over inflation just to get back their street cred. I mean, they should have done that a long time ago. I don't even know if that's something that they're going to target at this point. I think GME has a higher floor because of calling and buying bottoms, holding, and DRS. That's not how price discovery works. What price range do you see NVIDIA going during a large market correction? Oh, NVIDIA? How large of a market correction? I mean, a crash, NVIDIA could drop back to like 100. 120, 100. Maybe even lower. Uh, like a steep correction, continuous like 15% over several days, like 5 trading days, let's say, 12% correction. I could see NVIDIA hitting like 180, 170. I felt confident enough to buy weeklies. Yeah, I picked up some before earnings too. It wasn't a coincidence that made me hold into earnings. I held my calls through earnings because Joey did. What do you think about June 3900p? Too much theta? It's a lot of theta for not being very far out of the money. Um, you can never really have enough theta. I mean, it's just a question of, are you sacrificing leverage for theta? Like if I was just buying one call, I would make sure that, or like one put, I would make sure that one position had enough theta for me to manage it. We stopped exactly on the 3960. Any reason for that level to be support? Put capitulation at the 3965 level. I think the bounce back, like right here, probably triggered some stops. So as some zero DTE puts sell off, we're consolidating upwards after what was a rather hard drop, right? It's not uncommon. Um, generally on the short side of anything, the movements down are rapid. And then they stabilize and bounce up. And then you usually get some consolidation as puts reposition. Bears tend to be more skittish than bulls anyway, especially on indexes. So it's really unusual, unless all of the positioning on the chain is very far dated and strong, for you to see continuous downside on like an index. I'm trying to set my expectations a bit more reasonably. Would you expect a slow crawl downwards over a week plus, or a sharp move downwards over a few days? I mean, after the .5 hike, I think I was pretty clear that we could trade between, like 3,800 and 4,000 for the next 2 months. Um, the Fed didn't move forward with a .5 hike. We're not at the terminal rate yet. They backstopped the banks, so there's some confidence that, continued bank failures aren't going to happen. We're already seeing a pullback in bond buying and people fleeing tech as they, normalize their exposure across, industrials and oil again. So I would say, if anything, we're probably going to trade relatively flat into major economic data and or quarter 1 earnings. I would say at most like 40-50 to the upside, 37-65 on the downside, but either of those extremes would probably have to be caused by, either like hot inflation or like the next Fed rate decision, maybe SLD. Like I could see like hot inflation plus SLD maybe leading to like 37.65. But the chances of like going below that, like owning a 37.65 put, is a terrible fucking idea, right? Because that's the target. I feel like I need to go over this again. When you have a price target, that's not where you're buying your strike. You want your strike somewhere between where the price is now and the target. So in this range. That way, when the price moves towards your target, you become profitable. I mean, like, currently my furthest out of the money put is April 21, 38.50s. But those are profitable below 39.50. Like, I bought those, when we were trading at like 40.10. Well, between 40.10 and 40.30. And they're only profitable below 39.50 into the beginning of next week, at which point they aren't profitable until we're below 3,900. No problem, man. Not to mention that bulls also get mad and rage DCA whenever the market is in green. Yeah, that kind of happens too. Huh. Another test of 4,000 here. I feel like the put positioning on the downside's getting a little stronger. Yeah. Put volume's bumping. This retest on the underside of 4,000 is probably going to also get rejected. Should I buy more puts? Don't have enough. 39.95 might not be bad. Did that fill? Oh, okay, cool. Uh, there's still some support at 39.90 on the buy side. So they haven't given up just yet. But it looks weak. If you bought 3,900p and a test of 4,000 yesterday, would it be wise to sell a June 3,800p and a test of 3,900? Or just sell the position for profits? Probably good just to take profits, right? Directional profits are always better than like slapping a hedge on when you're profitable. You're just reducing your profitability, right? Are you hoping that we trade in the 3,800 range all the way out until June, where you sell the put? What's up with the title today? What happened? I didn't know you could see my port. I'm just getting ready for the post GME wind down of interest in the market. If GME falls back below 20, everyone will be sad for 3 months again. Just gonna have a meeting, bullish, bearish, indifferent. Still bearish. I think there's still some more room to be realized to the downside here. Retest of 4,000 on futures looks pretty weak, so still need to see a breakdown of 39.90. But if it does, we might move down into like the 39.50 range on SPX. Fed's bar, the substantial discretion for the Fed to change rules for firms between 50 and 100 billion in assets. Ooh. People don't like that. So if I thought Apple would hit 120 in July, would September 135s be good? Yeah. I mean, you've got a little theta and you've got a little room to your price target. That would be a decent position to capture a test of 120 by July. Hey, Gherk, can you make GME go below 20? My CCs would love that. Not just yet. Ooh. Higher support? By contract ops 6. Oh, okay. That's roughly $3 higher. Or is that it? It's just not even gonna break 4,000. Okay. They're after me lucky puts. Okay. A little bit. Futures are still under 4. That's on 519,385. A lower VIX, not so bad. Uh, All right, I think I want to say momentum's dying right about here, but it's a little volatile. So I'm going to spread this out just because of the volatility. Like, I think this is going to break down, but I think it's going to get a little volatile at the peak. It's 39.70 calls that want to close, maybe. All right. I was in a meeting all morning. Is GME over for today and the rest of the week? It's kind of hanging in there. Coming close to Friday's low, not quite. Oh, okay. There's the rejection. I got stopped out of my put. GME IV is so low. Yeah, it is. I think yesterday into close, we hit the lowest volatility maybe I've seen on GME. Opinions on FSLR. Is it really holding that? It's really holding that 210 level well. Yeah, it is. I mean, most of the breakdown in FSLR is going to probably take time. It doesn't A, have a lot of interest, and then B, energy's been pumping pretty hard. Even though FSLR hasn't been realizing a lot of that, it's definitely stabilized the downside a bit. COVID keeping me sleepy. Even though I have time to trade this week, I don't seem to have time to focus for too many positions. So far, only set a sell for SQQQ shares. Okay. Can SPX get over yesterday's close? If we get capitulation on the 39 like 55 level, maybe, but I don't think that's happening right now. Right now it looks like, you know, we dropped into a reposition and then we dropped into another reposition. So I don't think another leg down is out of the question. I'd say most of my current positioning is at least planning on that. Why the bounce? Well, people sell their puts, and then buyers come in because people have sold their puts, and they have momentum to grab onto. And they buy while people are selling their puts, which causes more people to sell their puts, right? It's hard to be patient when a lot of the chain is 0 GTEs, right? So it's you can get a lot of like little oversold rallies throughout the day. Like an idiot, I got busy during market and bought my call hedge too early yesterday because of appointments. Does the OI support a bounce, possibly? Or should I eat a loss? I'd say right now a retest of 4,000 looks pretty unlikely. I cut my 4,000s this morning. No one was buying them in the pre-market, so yeah. GME still has the 10K release tomorrow to consider with regards to the price action. Yeah, that's true. Is there a name for a short strangle? But instead of being short, it's called a CC. A covered strangle? I mean, you're still selling a short call. It's just you're not selling naked, right? So you'd be selling a CSP and a CC, I assume, is what you're referring to. That's just a covered straddle or a covered strangle. That's just like selling as much theta as you feasibly can, essentially. I don't know, Byronic. Lowest IV since 10/1/2021. It's interesting. I mean, for the last like 3 days, all of the call buying has been met with call selling. Right? So, like even on like last Friday when I bought like I bought like 250 or 300 0 DTEs, like immediately there was like another 300 calls added to the chain at the same strike. Would you recommend entering a 14 DT straddle on SPX for Friday's PCE? Or do you always straddle before market close the day before? I always straddle before market close the day before. Sometimes, like for really big shit, like a Fed meeting, I might start buying into my straddle early to offset the cost of IV. But generally, if you're gonna do that, then you have to buy more days to expiration. It's a small savings. I don't. Generally speaking, it's kind of inconsequential unless you're buying a lot of contracts. Do you have any idea what time the GME 10K will be released tomorrow? I mean, it could be released during trading hours, I guess, although that might halt the stock. I would say most likely in the morning or in the after market close. Look up late. Did you talk about Baba yet? I mean, I'm not buying puts on it for a little while. It never hit my target range for put buying, so fortunately, I'm not short on it currently. Probably wait till this like blows off some steam. It's up 10% so far. Could be a couple days move up. I mean, you could try to play the long side of the bounce if it stabilizes in this range. It may move as high as like 101. But at 101, I would probably start thinking about entering shorts. At least on the technical side, I would need to look at their like Greeks before I do that, most likely. Interesting. So even more pump. Well, yes, testing 4,000 now. So it finally made it up to resistance. Let's see if it gets rejected or not. I guess I should tighten up my stop, but I'm worried about the volatility here. Hmm. Is this how SPX will probably behave for the foreseeable future? Neither puts nor calls are really profitable. Pretty boring. I don't know. I've made money on both. I mean, because of one day of sideways trading. That's the determination for the next 3 months. I mean, everyone's repositioning right now. We're moving into the end of the quarter. Uh, the JPM collar hasn't rolled yet. I'm sure that no, this isn't how it would be trading, but today is down pretty significantly. I don't see how puts aren't profitable bought it open. I don't think calls are particularly viable right now, but that's just because there's a shitload of put interest. Can you explain a credit default swap like I'm 5? A better analogy for what's good or bad for the parties involved. The description has on Google has big words I don't understand. You're swapping the potential for default on lines of credit. So you're trying to reduce risk in a position, generally speaking. Or bet against risk in a position. Like puts. Sorta. How is SPX will probably behave for the foreseeable future? Neither puts nor calls are really profitable. Pretty boring. Is this how SPX will probably behave for the first? I already answered that when you asked it the last time. Did you ask that twice? You fucking with me right now? Okay, now. Try to front run Munger selling out of the rest of his Baba. Didn't he sell it all already? I thought he completely sold out of the position. I thought they didn't have any more. Yeah, I see. You only asked once. When Bitcoin crash? It's what, 27 today? It's doing a little bit better after the massive drop yesterday, right? Gold's looking good. It's looking all right. Okay. A little bit of a rejection off of 4,000 here. Not a lot. It's still very close, but we're 1 point down from 4,000 now. So maybe this gets a little bit of momentum. I really kind of don't want to hedge the upside of this. I don't think it has a lot of potential. Maybe I just pull my stop back a little bit more in case there's like a sharp uptick. Is that a worthwhile discount? Maybe if I can get one at 4. That's probably not going to fill, though. NASDAQ down 68 points. Russell pulled back. Now only up 7 BPS. Yeah, there's that fucking spike I was worried about. Oh, nice. Haha. I thought he still had like 300k shares. I'm not sure though. I thought they bailed on the whole position. What if the GME Marketplace can generate 100 million per quarter for the next year? I mean, if he hasn't, he'll definitely sell the rest. 100 million a quarter for the next year. Free money with minimal upkeep costs while they continue to cut costs. GME Marketplace is barely generating like $300,000 a year, let alone 100 million a quarter. What the fuck are you talking about? It like the last earnings, the fucking GME Marketplace wasn't even materially relevant. And you think it's gonna make 100 million a quarter? Are you aware of any good hair growth products? Where do I get locks like you? I don't know. They just come out of my head. You can't have my head. It's not wrong to ask something twice, but if I answered it and then it gets asked again, that gets irritating. I keep making more money on my NVIDIA call hedge than my put position. I keep making more money on my NVIDIA call hedge than on my put position. Yeah, I've been having a similar issue. Look, I know you hate Lyft's business practices, but Jesus, it's so oversold. It is. Didn't they get like a new CEO? I thought I saw something this morning. I know it's Ortex, but it's showing a sharp increase of XRT short interest, plus 4.73 million shares. Okay. Is futures for 1,000 becoming support instead of resistance here? I think it's, I mean, we're trading below it, so I would say it's still resistance. I'm just, I pulled my stops back because I'm worried about volatility at the test. Right? I would not say it's support though. We're still trading below it. Is futures 4,000 becoming a support? This is refurbishing hardware and reselling as manufacturing pivots from China and causes supply squeeze is the dream for GME, right? Yes, that'd be good for them. I mean, I don't know how much I'm sure they have a much higher profit margin on refurbished hardware. So yeah, it would be ideal if there's another supply chain shock. Specifically in electronics, but are they going to pump the market all day? What the fuck is everyone talking about? The market's down. All right. We are drastically lower than where we opened. Ish. Yeah. Well, we've been drastically lower than where we opened. We're still like... Did we open here? 30. We opened at 39.80, right? That's still pretty far down. This doesn't look like it's going to succeed. Don't get stopped out of your puts? I don't know what the fuck to tell you. The market is up to the people that bought puts at the bottom today. Why would you buy puts at the bottom? I do not like this volatility. Hmm. When does a bear flag become an upward trend? Generally when it breaks above the previous support level. Uptrends also break down. They just carry for longer. I'm gonna buy another one at $5. Can I get one for $5? Yes. Yeah, if this doesn't get rejected here, it's going to become an uptrend. I don't know how much upward room it has, but I put selling off. No. 39.75. Gamma flip is 39.87.50. I wonder if we've slid too far away from the put interest. Put interest still pretty high at 39.50, 55, 45. It's still being bought too. Do you know the best side of my puts that have 0 to 3 DT is at the bottom of a vol spike down on a news-based event? Have you a reason for the GME 25C? It looks like price is just following SPX. Yes, I have a reason for buying them. Looks like we're seeing more of SPX underlyings being sold off and VIX dropping. Maybe big players are loading up on more puts while shedding the underlying, will release VIX in the future. We'll see. Uh, I think we're just not seeing a lot of put buying yet. At least not, except for zero DTs. I mean, zero DTs are still being bought, but let's see where we are on the 5-minute here. This looks pretty bearish. Hedge is negative 4 billion. That's not really very overwhelming. Negative 827 million for today's expiration. Just staying a little too far from the 39.50 strike for the weight of it to affect the price action much. Hey Gurk, you good? I'm good. What's up, Trina? How you doing? When do you expect Ryan Cohen to pounce on the shorts share offering? Another forward split? The possibilities are endless. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I don't want to think about it. Hmm. All right. Don't need to hedge with so many puts when you've been selling off your underlying holdings. Taps head. True. As soon as they start buying puts, the market will dump. But when? When did they start buying? VIX is already low. I made the mistake of checking Superstock, just reporting in that the hopium is still real over there. For the 700th time, tomorrow is MOASS. The other 699 were wrong, but they've figured it out now. Good for them. I don't understand the 25Cs. What interested you in them? Don't worry about it. Hey, Gurk, I did it again. Over leveraged to the downside. And I'm stopped out of my upside hedge. I'm in danger meme here. Did you think about having a stop on your downside positioning by any chance? It's kind of weird how price keeps going up and volume keeps going down. I mean, it's favoring the weaker side of the trend, which is the bulls. VIX can always go lower. Yeah, it can. I already cut my call side hedge back here. I'm out of the put side of the straddle except for 5 contracts. If NVIDIA closes green, I'm going to have a tantrum. Okay. Can't stop loss hunt me when I have no stops. SPX going to finish 100 BPS up today because nothing matters anymore. CMM. If we cross 3980, yeah, probably. But it's below it, I think things remain pretty bearish. You can't buy shares of the VIX. You mean calls? I would imagine you probably don't need a lot to hedge a $2,500 port. I don't think you need to use a VIX hedge on a $2,500 port. VIX $1 call, same like VIX shares. Okay. Well, you regulators are saying that a single trade on DB sub CDS caused the sell-off. It was a $5 million bet on swaps tied to DB's junior debt. The contract's going to be illiquid and can trigger big moves. Okay. How do I hedge a $14 port? I hedged my GME weeklies with SPX puts, also weeklies, and data is killing me. Hashtag whoops, I did it again. I need a strong direction one way or the other. Interesting. Are they shedding sold calls on GME? I mean, maybe we wouldn't know intraday. How do I store physical VIX? You need a vacuum container. Have you done some projection on what lows we could see by end of June? Is 3,400 possible? I mean, I know what the market's like. The market's like average PE is like 18. With inflation, it's, you know, trading right now at like 26. How do I average down a port of $300,000? There's Zimbabwean dollars, if that helps. What do you think about the 10K for GME release tomorrow? Stupid stock is hyped. Not sure what. Thoughts? I feel like it's probably not going to be super bullish. Especially if, you know, the reported gap earnings are significantly worse than the non-gap. Which they probably are, given that we had positive EPS. How long did it take you to cross the first 100K port? It's been difficult for me to break that threshold as a 5-figure portfolio holder. Fuck, I don't know. It was like 7 months, I think, roughly. Stop talking about PEs. You're gonna scare people. Oh wait, keep doing it. Any importance to consumer confidence and higher than estimates? Also, what is that? What is what? Consumer confidence? It's a survey of consumers and their confidence. where is it coming in? I mean, it coming in higher means that there's more demand, but there's no consumer confidence report today, right? And inventories X auto, which are up. Um, Wholesale inventories today were also up. And none of this is bullish. The CB report, I don't know. That's not really the most heavily weighted one, but yeah, increased consumer confidence means that people are more likely to buy shit, which means more pressure on inflation. So I'm approaching my 110 calls. How did your calls do last week? Pretty good. Um, I still have some calls on Zom. Yeah, decent. I bought 105s, but I mean, the oil pump seems to be moderately persistent. Yesterday was insane. If gap earnings are worse than non-gap, what does that imply? That would imply that things were included in the non-gap earnings that are not included in gap earnings. That's kind of how that works. I realize making just 0.5% a day, as long as I'm consistent with that, will more than double my money in a year, was the best learning I've had. Hashtag stay patient. What could be in the 10K that would make them not want to release it until the GME America news release? Are there some strategic expenses that would give it away? That's possible. Yeah. There may be like some differences in like non-recurring expenses, like one-time expenses that they don't want noted until they've made their announcement. How do I hedge an insert here? I did it again and over leveraged this way. I did not set stops. Why would you tell me to do this? Is there a correlation to how quickly you lose a 100k port versus how quickly you make back that 100k port? Probably not. Non-gap same like see that NFT marketplace? We haven't lost all the employee salary yet. That expense is a loss over the next 5 years. Yeah, I know. I saw the CB report. If you ever have a question about non-GAAP account, please see Tesla and their accountants. They are nothing short of Harry Potter. I'm well aware. No 10K because the free float is locked. Fuck off, Carl. Don't you have work to be doing? CC is on GME soon. I'm not selling anymore till tomorrow. I can answer the 100K port question. It's 10 times harder to make it back. How are the SPX 0 DTs? 39.55p's capitulated? No, they're still there. Hmm. Is that 60? Oh, that's 60. Hmm. I think the smart move here is to assume that they're going to continue to try to push up. They're also required disclosures for material subsequent events that occur between FYE and the filing date. If G America is a big deal, then this could actually be something bullish. We'll see. It could be. Although, God, the name is so bad. Can they just rebrand it before they actually release it? Remember, guys, it takes 1,000% gain to offset a 90% loss. Hang in there. Sorry about it. Should I take profits on SPCE short position that I took at 525? The stock is now trading around 390 to 4. Seems like there's still potential for downside. Thoughts? You could scale back your position. Like you could take some profits and let the rest run. That's always generally a good way to exit something that you think may continue. Does it break down into a possible downward trend? We'll see. It's stabilized pretty quickly, which I'm not a big fan of. Futures are still trading just above 4,000 also. I almost feel like we're going to see another pump. Yeah.
I don't know. There's really not enough volume to say either way right now. If the call side support breaks down here, it's probably gonna drop, but I'm gonna grab a 39.65 put here. $39.65 and then 39.80. Right. I think the majority of the people here will eventually lose money if they keep trading SPX 0DT in this choppy entertainment environment. The only reason you can make money is that you basically don't care and can keep averaging down. It's true, the more money you have, the easier. Yeah, I agree. It's pretty hard to trade 0DTs in an environment like this unless you can average down a lot, because there's no fucking volume and trends aren't very persistent. Thoughts on AAON? None. You're chasing really, really hard. You want to short it? Seems risky. $30 GME weekly is too far out to hedge the upside for tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, no, but they're worth less than the minimum bid, so they're kind of shit, right? Like 27s are also 5 cents. I think 26s are as well. Thoughts on SLGI? I don't even know what the fuck that is. I? Just SLG? What's the dash I for? It looks terrible. It's a REIT that has been doing horribly since 2020. Jesus Christ. Do you think it'd be wise to hold May $20 May 19 puts on GME for the 10K release? I guess you could. Or preferred shares? And yeah, it doesn't look good. I wouldn't be going long REITs right now. If the 30-year breaks 4%, I'm going to go short every REIT I can. I mean, no, it's not an example of something being less than it's printed on. Most brokerages are only going to allow you to buy options at a minimum bid of 5 cents. And 30s right now are worth like, what, 0.02? So you're buying a 0.02 option for 5 cents? There's nothing better than, hey, Girk, what do you think about this, Girk? Girk, are you thinking about shorting it? Other looks around. Yeah, right. LOL. Reets, crackers, and bacon and cheddar can cheese are the real deal. Calls all day long. What the fuck are you talking about? I expected vaster downtrend at GME and entered puts a few trading days ago. Confused why GME is holding relatively well compared to past OPEXs. I know arbitrage and volume isn't resolved, but arbitrage and volume aren't resolved. Also, compared to past OPEXs, there's still plenty of time before GME would break down, generally speaking. There's usually the initial T+2 period, then another T+2 period, and then the realization of the T5 from the original T+2 period. Like March. Hey Greg, I found a small stack. I would love to know your opinion on them. They sell games and used games in brick and mortar stores. They pumped last week, but could go higher. Ticker's GME. What do you think about $1 CSPs on Fubo for April 21st? 12% return in 3 weeks. $1 CSPs on Fubo for April 21st. 12% return 3 weeks. It's not bad. I mean, Fubo bounced back from under $1 pretty quickly. It's a nice yield if you don't mind having your money locked up for 3 weeks. I think there's better yield opportunities on CSPs, but with possibly less risk with like regional banks than with Fubo, but 12%'s not bad. So currently the name of the game is to hold SPX up as high as possible. So 0 DTs give up and we rally to 4,000 so that tomorrow the straddling occurs there, rightish. Hold SPX as high as possible so 0 DTs and give up and we rally to 4,000. I'm not sure that 0 DTs are going to give up. I mean, the 39.55s, 50s, and 45s haven't really closed. Gamma on all three of those strikes is still pretty high. I think the problem is that put interest in the upper range between like 39.60 and 39.70 is moderately weak. SNBY looking to bounce. Like what? Do tell. Not to you. I don't want to listen to you about your position fucking every 30 minutes for the next 21 days. Well, Simple is asking me to lend my GME shares. Is there a reason me or others should not do it? Um, I mean, in most brokers, you can't sell covered calls, so that's a big reason not to do it. And the annualized rate that's generally offered through the brokerage is significantly lower than you'd make selling covered calls on your own. Other than that, no, I can't think of a good one. Although that's a pretty good one. What's up, Greg? Bretty here. Are we breaking down now? I fucking hope so. Oh, I'm so tired of this low volume bullshit. What is Kenny bought everyone's covered calls and is holding the price up so they all get assigned and he gets his Mayo hands on all our shares and has MOASS without us after a 10K release? I mean, if he wants to assign me on my $26 covered calls, I fucking hope he does. I think more CSP opportunities for Pickle's fix would be beneficial. I know you talk about them here and there, but I think many of us need that to offset riskier plays. I mean, find a stock you like and then sell covered calls on it or CSPs on it. That's usually the best way to do it. I hate this market. We've been in this range for 84 years. I know. Do you think we see 4,000 today? No. Even if we broke to the positive side of gamma, it's unlike. Well, we could test it, but I doubt we'd cross it. A lot of the call interest at 4,000 and the call interest at like 405 and 410 sold off. A lot of like the 3090 interest closed out too. So 3090 is kind of just flat now. It was slightly positive. I think more CSP opportunities. I sold a good chunk of those. I sold 4.6 to April's on them. I think it's a great CSP play, especially for a smaller account with a brokerage that has low fees. If we trade in this range, do you think we will ever test 4,000 again before PCE? Are the chances minimal unless PC is bullish? There'll just be downs going into April. Yeah, but like probably a slow drift down on bullish PCE into maybe like or bearish PCE. Like if PCE is flat or elevated again, I worry most about the flat outcome because it's harder to really determine what the market's going to do with that. I think if PCE is elevated, like core PCE is up again, then there's a pretty good chance that we would kind of drift down into CPI PPI in the early part of April. So maybe landing roughly around 3,900 with some range on that, obviously. Hey, Gert, we got 4 inches of snow overnight. The kids are making a snowman. We're going to name it Carl, and he will have all the tea. I hope you're having a great day. It's really boring. I just got a top 200 in the world score in Geometry Wars. I hope my boss doesn't notice. What's Geometry Wars? We're going to sell Upstart CSPs. Do you think it will hit 12 or less soon? Or should I go for it at 13? I'm looking at May or June expiry. So you're just trying to pick up yields? I don't know if Upstart's going to stay below 13 that long. Generally speaking, if you're looking for assignment, you don't sell very long dated CSPs. You sell shorter dated ones. I don't think a retest of 12 is out of the question, but Upstart's getting pretty fucking illiquid. I'm not selling any CSPs on it yet because the skew's still not very beneficial. It's getting better, but I would probably wait a little while longer. Do we wait for GME tomorrow or are we done? That's up to you. I mean, it's risky to wait till tomorrow. I need to offset my riskier plays by selling options with near infinite loss potential in a market that can crash at any moment. Thanks. But how do they have infinite loss potential? On CSPs? I mean, not really. You have the upfront credit. There's definitely more risk in selling CSPs right now than there normally is, but I don't think there's like a ton in shorter dated ones. I already answered the Upstart CSP question. The skew's not really that beneficial, and the price can go a lot lower. Everyone else in here worried about their boss catching them trading all day? Thoughts on a 193 Tesla entry for a swing trade that sees uptrend within the next 30 days? Ew. So you're trying to enter Tesla at 193? Or you want to buy a 193 call? I bought puts on Tesla yesterday. I don't know, I guess. I don't see that happening. Like Tesla's breaking down below resistance right now. And looks like long term it's headed back to like 162. Oh, okay. That sounds... Huh. My boss is on vacation this week, and his boss is on vacation as well. I haven't received any emails for an hour. Am I being fired? Maybe. Might be helpful to mention that if the VIX goes back over 25, CSPs will be more attractive. Depending on what they're on, but yeah. Mr. Griffin, I know the strategy is bore retail to death, but some of our desk traders have started dying of boredom too. Ken, some of you may die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Ask whoever said that about Geometry for Wars if it was Geometry Wars 1 or 2, and what mode. I don't want to, I'm not, just ask him yourself. Infinite loss potential, just tell us who sold CSPs on SBNY. How does your rate of return compare to one could make behind the average Wendy's dumpster? It's about on par. I mean, if you work really hard behind the Wendy's dumpster, you can kill it. Do you think Cat will hit your price target before or after PCE data? Let's see how it's doing today. Looks like it might hit it today. I mean, if we see any more upside moves. Dow's outperforming everything right now. So the sector shift is still strong. Obviously, it'd be stronger if all the indexes were rising, but things are a bit split today. At least it's not as affected by the pullback in NASDAQ. We're straddling GME overnight. Ivy's low, but the 10K thesis sounds like another needle of hopium. The only thought I had is that shorts are waiting for it to hammer the price. Possibly. I mean, it's risky. There's definitely risk. Enter at 193 if the price breaks into that zone. I feel like an entry at like 191 or 190 would be better in case there's a rejection on the upper trend. At like 195. That way you'd be profitable on the test instead of entering like in the middle. Next leg down, very slowly though. Some Dans can pull in 6 to 7 figures a year behind the dumpsters. Yep. Especially if you take on 2 customers at a time. Why does everyone act, or 5? Why does everyone act like Kenny runs the market? It's kind of cringe. I don't know. I mean, he has a lot of influence, but he doesn't run everything. I think mostly people are joking. It's like a meme. I don't think Don't get me wrong, I think Super Stonk thinks that he actually does, but did you see the Theta Gang guy who got exercised on their 200 SVIB CSPs? Rip. It sucks. Maybe you should have waited for it to stabilize, or, I don't know, read the balance sheet of the bank he was thinking about selling CSPs on. I think neutral or slightly hot. Hang tight. I don't think course. Well, it depends which metric you're referring to, but core PCE, which is the one that matters, is probably going to come in flat or slightly elevated. Yeah, there's like 80,000 sold calls on Tesla at the $200 strike, Stefan. So think you're buying Diablo 4. I enjoyed the beta a lot. I already did. Because I thought it was released. And then came to find out that it was just the beta. I haven't been super on top of gaming news for some time, so yep. Could you share some charts or just text with fair prices on value stocks like Starbucks, Nike, 3M, Trow, Realty Income? I mean, like the price per share, you would consider it? No? Do you want me to do fundamental analysis on several large corporations for what purpose? None of which I actively trade or am interested in buying. Well, maybe 3M, but the rest of them I'm really not. FRC is pretty risky. Who's the closest to running the market, or who do you think has the most influence? On the equities markets, BlackRock and Vanguard by a long shot. Bonds, futures, I mean, JPM. Citadel has a lot of control and of pricing because they manage so much order flow. If they were using ETFs, they used them while simultaneously covering on ETFs. So wouldn't be any indication on our end that they had used the ETFs. We would just see less total realization of liquidity, right? I mean, today they definitely got some liquidity from ETFs. That's what we're seeing, the turnaround in the liquidity trend. I'll use Ken Griffin in my videos as a meme. I'm aware he doesn't run the entire market. Have you watched Madoff, the Monster of Wall Street yet? No. 39.50 P's and lower having more effect on the price now. 39.55s might be. Not a ton, obviously, but some. Below 39.65 is a lot better. Have you gotten time to dive into the balance sheets of those regionals yet? I found two regional banks that I kind of like a bit and have been pursuing positions on them, but I'm not gonna really suggest anything because they are extremely risky given the liquidity situation and the continued situation facing regional banks. Also, the fact that depositor faith is reduced. So, yeah. Neutral wouldn't be good for this market, is what I think we talked about on the hot tub stream. Thanks for all your education, as always. No problem, man. Yeah, I mean, we kind of covered the potential for things to just not do a lot for a while. And it seems like things aren't doing very much. Movements have definitely slowed down since this week began. And yesterday was almost flat. The markets are choppy. I mean, it could be that so much interest is hung up on PCA that this entire week is going to be relatively dull. Can you ask your boss to let the market do something? Just anything would be appreciated. Up, down, whatever. Just, I mean, it's slowly breaking down. It's easier to conceptually imagine that a single person is culpable than it is to consider that it's all collective chaos and no one is in control. Probably. Neutral wouldn't be good enough for this market, is what I think. Senator just said if Reddit and Twitter spotted the difficulties at SVB before the regulators acknowledge the issue, then we have a problem. Yeah. Like I said, I mean the fact that any of these banks had these issues, after state and federal audits is really in the hands of the regulators. Like, I think the failure is in the hands of the regulators. I mean, you definitely have a problem when a bank has 2% of its deposit demand as liquid cash on hand, right? CSP's on Oxy at 61, okay. Man, I just sold a bunch of CSPs on Oxy yesterday at 58, and I was like, this is going to be so fucking cool. I'm going to be able to buy more Oxy at 58 again. And it just rocketed. And I mean, I guess if you're just trying to pick up the yield, yeah, it looks like oil's in a recovery. Although this recovery is a bit over exuberant, and 61's a moderately high price for Oxy. Like, I don't like buying Oxy at 61. It's a little out of the range that I'm willing to buy it in. My kind of upside target there is like 58. But I suppose it's not terrible. Maybe if you're willing to like DCA in the future, there's some potential. Do it for the clips. Do what? What am I doing for the clips? What's your battle.net gamer tag so I can ask you about stocks while you're ripping face? Just kidding. Do you plan on making first? What do you plan on making first? I usually play like sorcerer, so I'll probably do that. Maybe necromancer. Druid was kind of cool. Really shitty to play in the early levels, but it was kind of cool after that. Back The Last of Us Part 1? No. Comes out today. I'm so excited to play it in sweet 4K 60 FPS on my OLED TV. Alright. That Madoff movie is some epic hype content for getting rich in the stock market. Yeah. I mean, Madoff just fucked up by stealing money from rich people. If he hadn't, he would just be Ken Griffin now. Affirm Holdings down 7.1% after Apple launches Buy Now, Pay Later service in the US. I don't like Affirm, so good, fuck him. Also, Apple tried to extend lines of credit on their massive pile of cash. Nothing like financing people's fucking toilet paper purchases on Amazon. Those will never default, right? Hi, Greg. I'm slowly opening a short on Brent and wondering if you could give me your opinion. Potential to go in the previous trend around 82, but I don't see it. Hold on. Brent's trading at 78. Oh, you're asking what high can it hit? 87, it looks like. Dollar's slipping a lot lately, too. I would factor that into your analysis. Dixie down, oil up. Hmm. Kind of having a tough time failing the 4,000 resistance again. Hmm. All right. Haha, Edwin. Is the best way to get started robbing people better to learn to do door to door? Like breaking and entering? That seems far less profitable than setting up like the world's largest Ponzi scheme. Hey Gurg, driving home from my friend's house. Can you also do traffic, weather, and current events for the Pacific Northwest? I'll totally like your stream. Keep it. Keep your like. 39.50 a likely target for today. Maybe. I don't know. The futures is really resilient at 4,000. Like the SPX positioning is bearish, but we've barely broken down below 4,000 on futures today. Um, there's definitely still some buy interest there that I think should probably be accounted for. If we do break down below 4,000 sufficiently, maybe we see like 39.50, 39.55. It's just not very exciting. When AMD 70? How's AMD doing today? Well, it's starting to break down. Could be a while. I think you asked me about this yesterday, and I picked up some $90 puts, and 80s. I picked up 90s for April, 80s for May. I think the exuberance will probably flee there a bit faster than NVIDIA. So, I got time. How do you feel about Russia, China setting off trades, settling oil trades in non-US dollars? Okay. I mean, what do you mean, how do I feel about it? Do I think they're going to replace the petrodollar? Probably not. If you like what you see and you want to see more traffic, weather, and other info for the Pacific Northwest, please consider tossing the stream a like and subscribe. Thanks, ending. How long can stocks say sub $1? Feels like Express is prime for a reverse split or Express RQ. I don't think they have any bankruptcy risk right now at all. They may reverse split, but currently they don't have any like warning from the NYSE, so they don't. At least they don't need to yet. When this market finally sells off, it's going to be more liquid than a plate of bad oysters. Yeah, when it finally sells off. Are you waiting on Upstart to head lower before accumulating more shares? Yeah. I'm trying to decide on whether I want to get more NVIDIA September puts or start DCAing into Upstart shares and leaps. Yeah, I'm trying to be a little patient with adding more Upstart positioning right now. We're straddling GME overnight. IV is low, but while the 10K thesis sounds like another needle... You asked me this before. I don't know. I have no interest in straddling GME. Why? Puts suck on GME. They've always sucked. Unless I'm buying protective puts that are in the money, and I'm going to hold them for like 3 months. Why the fuck would I ever want to buy puts on GME? Definitely not for anything. I'd rather just lose money on calls than lose money on both. Do you sell CCs against Express? I did, yeah. I sold a lot of CCs against it. What PT are you targeting and when for Upstart? First of all, for the 9,000th time, I'm going to wait until put skew is more favorable before selling any CSPs on Upstart. Currently, it's okay. It's getting better. There's still plenty of liquidity for them to short with. And we don't have a Fed turnaround for at least 2 more months, right? Or at least a stable credit market for like 6, right? So I'm not in a big fucking rush. Maybe it'll look better beginning of April or so. I don't think the market looks super fucking hot either. So, you know, active fund selling can also apply pressure. GME puts better before all the dilution and notional was higher. Moderately. They were better before the split. Do you have puts on Upstart? Covered calls? I sold them at 13. They're now in the money. Out of the money. Well, at the money. Gotcha. I'm Canadian and have to buy shares like a pleb. Oh yeah, you guys aren't allowed to do CSPs. I don't know. I mean, I think it's gonna hit like all-time lows before it goes up. So you know, I'm not really that interested until it goes below like 1250. If it stays stable and doesn't fall below 1250 and liquidity continues to dry up, then I'll probably start moving into positions when the skew is more favorable. Remember, Upstart's really illiquid in ETFs, and so they have to buy a lot of puts to continue to drive the price down. And when they start buying those puts, the skew becomes really, really fucked up, like it was back in like November of last year. And that's a great time to get like synthetic longs and sell CSPs because you're getting like, you know, 15-20% more yield on the CSP. Certain items that happened after the year end, but before the 10K is released, have to be disclosed. Oh, sorry, I missed your first one. Wondering if 10K delay in GME Erica announcement could be the announcement of an acquisition. We need taking off Friday to comment on if that would be disclosed. It could be an acquisition. I've seen 10Ks delayed because of them before. Or, well, I've seen 10Qs delayed due to an acquisition. I think famously didn't maybe I'm wrong, but I think Jobs delayed a two 10Ks for Apple back to back before announcing, what was it, like the iPad or the iPod and the iPod Touch. And we all know Cohen thinks he's Steve Jobs, so it's typical for SPY and SPX prices to be so different. Yeah. Next weekly is on Upstart at 1250. Get you 60 cents per share. Not terrible. That's not bad. It's pronounced America. Like NVIDIA. If Jimmy buys Bobby, I will sell my shares. Even if it's a loss. I will too. Because I'll be able to buy back at $4. Jobs was not the smartest of entrepreneurs. He was a shithead. And an asshole. If no GME price action this week, is the next potential upside ETF FTDs? If so, when is that expected to be? ETF FTDs would be early. They're very low, but they would be early April. I don't think ETF FTDs are like noteworthy currently. Are you bullish on OnlyFans NFTs? Is GME going to start selling OnlyFans NFTs? Because if they are, then yes. Jobs bankrupted his company and got kicked out the first time. Yeah. GME plus Bobby ticker, GMBYRQ. On what world would that make sense for GME to buy Bobby? Like, what purpose would that serve? The only reason I can think of for an acquisition would be if they bought it super fucking like for nothing, which is impossible because the debtors would demand their pound of flesh. And in an attempt to acquire Bye Bye Baby, which would probably benefit greatly from improved e-commerce and has a fairly recession-proof market, right? Expansion into toys and baby goods could be a viable avenue to take. Cohen needs somewhere to sell his books. I don't fucking know why they would buy it. I wouldn't. I would buy literally anything else. Some days I think you just say stuff to get a rise out of people. Yeah, I frequently do. I enjoy that. Worth straddling GME overnight. Ivy is low, but the 10K thesis sounds like another needle. Seriously? You son of a bitch. Celtic Mako. You've asked me that 4 times now. Now, I answered you the first 2 times. I'm done. That's now. Fuck you. Yeah, I'm not gonna fucking answer it 3 times. Subsequent events disclosures is required on business combination, changes in value of assets due to exchange rates, destruction of company assets, sale of equity, and settlement of lawsuit. Oh, didn't they have a lawsuit? We're gonna find out all of this was fucking waterfalls. The day GS starts to compete with PH on the marketplace, stock market rally is over as a commercial real estate risks begin to compound, per JP Morgan's chief market strategist, Marko Kolanovic. This seen JPM roll color down. I mean, JPM's going to roll color to spot because that's what the fund does. So whatever the market's trading at on Friday or Thursday when they roll the collar, they will roll it within X% of spot as defined by the fund strategy. There's not a fucking mystery. I think it's 5%. The JPM collar rolls 5% from spot. That's it. I mean, there could be some variation in the strike, which I think mostly is an issue with getting the market maker to sell them that many or buy that many fucking covered calls. But yeah, they don't give a fuck. There's no change. There's no nuance. It's just they slap their big fucking collar down on the SPX and it stays there. unless it is significantly at risk, which requires the price of the market to be up above the collar, beyond their, hedging range, which is fairly significant for a sustained period of time. Well, so as the collar decays, they hedge the gamma decay, right? I believe they hedge by going long futures, and then they hedge any movement above the collar. And that's why you get a sell. That's why like so many people consider like the role of the collar to be like self-fulfilling, because as it approaches expiration, they start selling off their hedge in long futures, which drives index prices down, which stabilizes the upper range of the collar. And it's not the only one. They have like 3 hedged equity funds, and then a bunch of other people have hedged equity funds. They're all just slightly smaller. But I think like JPM's 2 big ones are at 4030 and 4065 on the sold call side. Probably gonna announce that Gap EPS was less and they completed a share offering. Gross. Well, let's hope not. I think they have a shelf. I meant to check that last night, but I think they have a shelf of like 4 million, but I thought that was for like employee something. All I hear is blah 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 blah. All right. Do you recall spot when the current collar was set up 5% below 4065 or 2.5%? I can't remember what the range is. Hold on. Let me look. I think the sold puts are 5%. And then the puts are 2.5. Three to 5%. That's what it is. With the current quarterly reset. 3.5 to 5 point average range of 3.5 to 5.5%. The downside hedge is -5 to -20. And they have 3 hedged equity funds, which roll on different dates. They have one that rolls on MJSD, one that rolls on JJL, and one that rolls on F-Man. Is your GME position hedged to the downside? Yeah. Well, not actively, but I can sell covered calls. If PC is bad, do you think the market can rally because of a possible Fed pause? No. Why would the Fed pause on bad PCE? That's more likely to increase the terminal rate. Honestly missed it. I apologize. My internet is down. I'm watching on cell. Okay. All right, Celtic. So here's the deal. Puts on GME suck. Unless you're buying protective puts for your share position and you're buying them like in the money, they're garbage. So straddles on GME tend to be complete shit. If we drop, we're probably not going to drop really rapidly. So there's plenty of time to buy puts ahead of any kind of like price action. If you're buying out of the money puts, and if you're buying in the money puts to protect your like your long position, then you could just buy them when IV is already low. So there's nothing stopping you from buying them like now, right? So overnight straddles on GME dog shit. I'd rather just lose money on calls. No problem, man. When you look at an options chain, how can you tell if put skew or call skew is greater? Look at an at the money straddle 30 days out. Are you raising stops on this Tesla action? I have stops on Tesla. They're pretty far out. On my newer dated, on my newer dated puts, I might pull the stops in a little bit, or at least like towards taking profit at my mid price target. Although, I mean, Tesla looks like it's gonna keep dropping. Like this is a pretty sustained breakdown. I almost it's kind of greedy, but I kind of want to get more puts. No, I'll just stick with the position I have, I guess, for now. What's the smartest way to play PC? Straddle the night before or stay cash until after the data is released? I mean, straddles are meh right now, to be fair. I mean, like today's is a little better than yesterday's, but yeah, maybe I'll keep. Yes, I guess straddles is slightly better than a strangle. I'm probably just gonna straddle the night before. I don't want to straddle too early in the week because um I'm not sure what range the majority of like neutral positioning is going to come in. Like we didn't trade into the upper range. Put interest is picking up in the lower range. Dow moved red. Ew. Well, cat didn't drop. The volume's atrocious. Hopefully it picks up into the afternoon. I don't know. Been working today. Has Jimmy been boofed, or was today always going to be limbo? I mean, today again, even though they got some liquidity this morning, still relatively flat. They're not getting more liquidity in the intraday, which is a good sign. Looks like we still haven't tapped Friday's bottom. So a period of downward consolidation. If you look at like the 15-minute, I can probably just here. Hold on. So, yeah, we had this, right? And that broke up. And now we've got this, which probably won't break up as dramatically. Maybe it will. I don't know. Gamma Max has moved up and more puts have sold off, so that could be a good sign. I have some calls to protect any upside move, but yeah, we'll see what happens. Jesus fucking Christ. We're just gonna trade here at fucking VWAP forever. Yeah, I know. Baba's gonna split up their uh, corporate holdings into 6 separate businesses. Oh, hot damn. This is my gummy. Keep the mask going until Kenny slams the bedpost and I. What? Material acquisition will be required in subsequent events. Footnote. Standard for disclosure. Such a nature, they must be disclosed to keep the financial statements from being misleading. Okay. Let's think about GME puts, but flatness anchored for nobody except Kenny. I hope this fucking breaks down. Just sell the fuck off, you piece of shit. I mean, they've managed to get the market down to 39.65, and VIX is under 21, which is pretty impressive given the last time we were trading in this range. VIX was at like 24. Yay! Now sell off more. No support. Just keep selling off. There you go. Bigly. Futures to 39.80. Let's fucking go. Five-year auction came in at 366, previous 4.105. Big oof. Isn't treasuries coming down bullish? Not for equities. The yields? Yeah, the yields coming down. I mean, it's not that big of an effect. Ugh. Can T plus 2 options hedging cycle interact with T plus 35 FTD cycle? Like, Friday, Monday could have been spicy from hedging in the money GME calls. Maybe it got boofed. There weren't any FTDs due on GME. So, no. How does one take advantage of GME dip outside of CCs? CCs. You could buy in the money protective puts, but it doesn't really take advantage of anything. It just protects your shareholding from the drop in price. If you were to buy bear put spreads on Tesla instead of just puts, would you choose a different date for the contracts? I'd probably have them shorter dated. Which date are you thinking? I probably wouldn't get longer dated bear put spreads. What's the future ticker for futures? I'm looking at the wrong one. Mine shows 399, 399, 650. That sounds right. 394 now. 39.94 rather. 39.50 today. Maybe. We'll see. Still need to break down below VWAP, and last time we did, we bounced off 39.90. How does one take advantage? When was the last time you felt this place is full of idiots and I should just stop for the day? Pretty rarely. Is Jimmy done or we wait? It's up to you. The market can stay irrational exactly as long as the banks can stay solvent. Maybe. Fuck, the struggle for this resistance is real. I lost it all on Funko Pops. Congratulations. If I give you all my money and let you keep 20% of the gains, can you invest it for me? No. I'm an idiot, but I pay for Girk to tolerate me. That's not true, Mike sells CCs. You just sell CCs. Is the struggle on ES or SPX? ES. What if I give you all my money and you can absorb 120% of the losses? Nah. What do you think of Upstart at this price? Thinking of getting 30 to 60 DT at the money calls. Jesus fucking Christ. Is everyone just gonna keep asking me about Upstart all day? They can short it more. They're not done shorting it. Put skew sucks. You only think it's cheap because the cheapest it's been was the last time it was this low. What about an overnight GME straddle? Fuck off. You guys ask why New York City, you know? The homeless and the violence, the crime, and the giant rats and piss on everything. And it's because I can go across the street, get a Neapolitan pesto pizza, right? A Mexican Coke, and be back in time for MOASS. All while making Brett feel really bad about himself. I don't like it when you leave, so turn the volume up to make sure I hear you when you come back. Then I fall asleep waiting for you, and you wake me up in a fright with your loud return. I don't know if I was gone long enough for you to fall asleep. What, did AMC halt or something? Why the fuck did we run so hard? Oh, AMC is doing a thing. Huh. Guess T+5 might be a thing. Well, that's fucking delicious. That's the pesto? The pesto is green, and so it's moderately transparent because of the green screen. The green on your pizza is invisible, I know. Is the market crashing to pay us? Sure. You know where the real money's at, and I'm surprised JFresh hasn't taken advantage of this already. You paint your wiener green, right? And then, hear me out, you go on Twitch, set up a green screen filter, and just do windmills for as many hours as you feasibly can a day. Guaranteed million subscribers. Yeah, Meat Spin. Great name for the channel. I can't believe I had to wait all day for this. I mean, you can play like different music. What do people like to listen to on the internet? Chill step? Lo-fi? Yeah. Just like lo-fi and chill music. I don't know, but I sold some cover calls on my phone. And now I'm going to buy them back. Well, I don't know. Is GME going to keep dropping? This has so much more room to go down. GME IV's bumping like crazy right now. The prices down on my calls are worth more than they were at the top. I'm snacking on zesty cheddar ranch Cheez-It grooves. What's the difference between that and just a Cheez-It? But what purpose do the grooves serve? Is it like a conduit for transporting the cheddar ranch flavor? They hold the flavor crystals? Okay. Wow, I really hope SPX fails to find any support here and just plummets all the way down to 38.45. Okay, I'm full. I can't eat the other half of this. SPX dropped finally. VIX finally lifted, and GME IV just bumped 200% in 2 minutes. Margin calls? I don't know. Maybe if the SPX sells off and then GME MOASS, then yes. In which case I was perfectly positioned for MOASS. Bold flavor in every crunch. Huh. Every crunchy ridge. Have you seen the Cheez-Its that are like slightly burnt? That way you can have extra cancer with your Cheez-It. Link exit DD in chat? Oh, get the fuck out of here. Do you know any good HVAC companies in the greater Houston area? No? But we could probably find you one. Reach out to the pickle jar and see if anybody works in HVAC in the Houston area. You know, keep the money in the cult, right? I mean, not a cult. We burnt all these Cheez-Its. What do we do with them all? Sell them to some morons who say they're extra crispy. Yeah. I mean, boxes of Cheez-Its have always contained some number of slightly burnt Cheez-Its, so I don't think they were throwing them away. Are puts a good idea now after GME IV bump? Would negative 0.3 delta be ideal? No? Are you buying protective puts? Ooh. GME double bottom? bullish. I think someone just bought some. Ooh, gold pumped. Nice. SPX PT for Dancing Bear song, 38.50. Apparently I should have bought those calls when you said like now. Yeah, IV got pretty low there for a minute. I wonder if they finally closed out the 2250 sold calls. What advantageous timing. Imagine knowing all the orders before they happen. What a sweet gig. Doric, we need this data. Not protective. Selling CCs, buying puts. That's a synthetic short. I was gone. What happened with Jimmy? You missed MOASS. Sorry. I kind of want the SPX to bounce now because I want to see how sensitive GME is to the index move. Because if they just closed a bunch of sold calls, GME's about to get real spicy when the market moves up. So if these 39.55 puts could just capitulate, that would be fantastic. I don't think we're gonna see 38.50 this week. Unless some more crazy shit happens. But I mean, right now we're just moving down to like the 39, like the stronger gamma level at like 39.50, where all the puts have been building up all day, which took hours to realize. We're running out of time for neutral positioning to come in at 3,900. So it's possible we get caught in the 39.50 range. And calls already repositioned from 4,000 this morning. So they pulled down their delta hedge above 4,000. When those come back in, it's going to push the market up. And that's going to have to happen at some point this week. So I think once we find stability at any level, we're likely to see it stabilize at that level through Friday morning. Why the fuck would you ever sell a $40 covered call on GME? It's fucking trading at $22. That's like 0.002 delta. I said Jimmy was flat. And I said I was keeping my expectations low, which I'm still doing. That doesn't mean I don't have calls. But the longer they have to net out the obligations, the less potential GME has. Did you ban Shids and Fard's server? What? The fuck is he talking about? If RSI says anything, the market is overbought on the consolidation here. Downs to come. The market is overbought here? VIX going up. Ooh, it's about to cross 2125 again. Amazon founder Jeff Bezos has dispatched his investment advisors and top entertainment chiefs to explore acquisition plans for embattled theater chain AMC Entertainment. Oh, fuck. That's funny. It is now. So Bezos was short AMC? I mean, they're not going to pay very much for it. If they do buy it out. That can't be real, right? Maybe Bezos needs some sports streaming stuff too while he's at it. I mean, acquisitions are going to pick up, especially as we move into a recession. Is it an equity buyout? Was there any more information? Hey, Gurk, still have April 420C caught up earlier last week that I thought we could see a higher price so I can exist. Do you see we have another retest near the 4,000 area, or should I cut it here for the loss today? And 4,000 doesn't look particularly good right now, especially if you only have until the end of the week. We could, but by the end of the week, you may not have a better exit. Yeah, Bob has been running hard as fuck all day. AMCX. That would make more sense. Bezos about to single-handedly destroy the meme stock basket? Maybe that's why GameStop held back their 10K. They're getting bought out by Baba. Now that Baba's separate divisions are free to make their own acquisitions. I don't believe it. Because if Bezos wanted to buy AMC, why not just buy them in default? Sounds like a bullshit rumor. Is there like a legitimate news source on this? I don't see anything except Twitter. Source is a Gasparino tweet. Trust me, bro. TM. Yeah, we'll see. Bezos works for Goldman. He knows how to buy distressed assets. He knows how to distress those assets first, too. Yeah. Amazon Flex now includes shifts cleaning AMC bathrooms. I'm sure he knows that AMC hasn't been paying their full bond obligations. It's a matter of time before those bondholders take over the company. Yeah, I know. ASC's been in default on those bonds for a while. I thought it was only like it's only been the last 2 quarters, right? I got my stop, which had sneezing fit FFs. Turns out 120% gains is something to sneeze at. Oh, ha! You were having a sneezing fit, so you got stopped out. I'm sorry, that sucks. I've had that kind of shit happen to me before. Isn't it like 3 months and they repo your car? Not the same with corporate debt. Kirk this morning, we're at like 39.73. We'll probably be trading somewhere around 39.50 at some point today. Well, we're here. We've arrived. I just sold my puts. The rest of my straddle I just sold on a limit sell. So I'm out of puts for now, and I'll wait for capitulation on the 0 DTs at this level before entering a new position, or I'll just get ready to start straddling for tonight. It was 275.89 NVIDIA's peak. Kind of looks like it, right? Amazon falling off a cliff. The long short's gonna flip. I mean, it's not gonna be through Amazon, right? Isn't it gonna be like, wouldn't it be Bezos' like acquisition group and not Amazon? Because I thought he's like no longer, like he has no he has no he has no control over Amazon acquisitions now, right? Jesus fucking Christ, I kind of want to buy Amazon. But not if they're going to own AMC. Apparently, movie theaters don't have to pay workers overtime. What? In what state? Ding ding, my puts got stopped. One started with one contract and averaged down all day up to 10, then closed for 20% profit. Nice, man. That's definitely not true. There's no way fucking movie theaters don't have to pay overtime. Is someone confusing AMC the channel with AMC theaters again? Maybe. I could see Amazon wanting to buy out AMCX, but I can't see them wanting to buy out AMC. Movie theaters are exempt from overtime law. How? AMC is gross, and anyone holding should be shunned. They should be. Don't worry, people are probably already YOLOing into it. Classify theater workers as independent contractors and the theater as a restaurant. Restaurants aren't exempt from overtime laws. I mean, they don't like to pay their employees overtime, but they're not exempt from the law. Huh. See, that would be an angle. LOL, that's insanity. Just don't work at movie theaters. I mean, only like 15-year-olds work at movie theaters. That is fucking crazy. Huh. Yeah, I mean he can just turn all the Amazon fucking all the AMC theaters into Amazon fulfillment centers and never pay any employees overtime while he screens movies that he makes. Movies about how a lifetime of hard labor can bring you happiness. Yeah, but Odorous Dan, now they don't have to pay for all that exit paperwork. Pay the AWS employees and popcorn. Nothing sadder than a bald Bond villain with copious exogenous tea buying a slurm-soaked corn factory from a human slug. Hashtag win pounce. That's awesome. GME moving with SPX, I know. You know what it was is Bezos saw those AMC shareholders getting ripped off and he wanted in on that price action. He's like, these guys will buy anything. Salary now in Bitcoin. Oh, Jesus fuck, that's terrible. I mean, what's the market cap on AMC? Is it still the same as GME? No, 2.66 billion. It's like nothing. I mean, even if he buys it out, that's not necessarily mean. That doesn't mean there's any upside. Yeah, they wouldn't be buying it at a premium to the share price. They're like almost in default on all their debt. Like there's no way he's buying it at a premium. Check Discord DMs for spicy data. The cock and balls formations on Netflix are consolidating. Bearish. This is the best TA I've ever seen. Good job, Chris. Look at this, guys. If you guys want to know how to do TA, this is it. It is beautiful. Yo, Gherk, is this an OPEX? I don't know. OPEX is over. At a dip like these, do you still keep your long-term 3880p? Or cut and reposition after put capitulation? I mean, my 3880p are now up 3%. So I don't think I'm going to cut them just yet. Because I would just lose all my profits to the commissions. Something's overnight OPEC. Oh, goddamn. I bought 10 AMCX 20 calls for $20 each. Overpaid, but 10x by tomorrow. What's SPX OI looking like after put profit taking at the test of 39.52? I don't think that many puts have taken profits yet. I mean, some 39.55s have sold off. I'd imagine 39.50 is probably building. Yeah, more volume still coming in at 39.50 and 39.40. 39.25 starting to get kind of stacked. So maybe they are trying to work it down to fucking 3,900 before Thursday. Man, puts are coming in so fucking hard. 3,900. Oh yeah. Oh, I think my puts at 38.50 are just going up because people are buying shitloads of them. Yeah, 3,900 is getting pretty fucking stacked, and 39.25 is building up a lot of interest. My 38.50 are April 21st. Hmm. Shorts might be leaving if AMC is backed by Amazon. Why? Why do you think GME is delaying the 10K? It could be an acquisition. We don't know, honestly. They don't need to release it yet. They don't want to release it until they've done their announcement because they don't want anybody seeing the gap earnings. Shorts leaving AMC. Amazon offers to buy out for $2. I would laugh so fucking hard. Do you think now is a bad time to add some longer dated put positions? 3,800, 3,850 for May. How's this? ETF FTDs were due. Or ETF obligations from T5 from OPEX were due, and they just fucking had Gasparino do a tweet so they could cover real quick. I think GME is trying to hide some of their accounting. It's possible, yeah. I mean, that's generally why you wouldn't release your yearly statement in a timely fashion. I pray to God it's not an acquisition. As long as it's not Bobby, because then I'll have to sell and move on with my life. Why is Jimmy acquiring Amazon? They needed the distribution network. Is Jimmy done for the day? It's looking kind of weak. No, it's not. That's a bump and run reversal. That's bullish as fuck. $10K? How much would Steam cost to buy for GME? Dude, Newell's never gonna sell that shit. You're kidding? He has a monopoly. Gabe's more likely to buy Jimmy. What's he gonna do with it? Like, hey guys, I opened all these brick and mortar stores so you can buy your Steam games in person. I mean, if Cohen was able to negotiate a deal with the debtors to just buy Baby, that wouldn't be so bad. That I like. But if he has to buy the rest of Bobby's fucking bags along with it, fuck that. I'll just buy GME back at $3 in 6 months. Why would Jimmy buy Bobby? I mean, in a world where the company wasn't run by a petulant childlike billionaire from Canada, they wouldn't. But God only knows. Whoa, whoa, take the Canada part out of that. We don't want to buy BBBY. In the future, are brick and mortar stores going to be the equivalent of to current day NFT marketplaces? Maybe. GME buying Blockbuster to start a streaming service? You know what's interesting about Blockbuster's distressed assets, and there is actually something to that theory. I think I discussed it when they first opened the NFT marketplace a long time ago. But Blockbuster has like decades long distribution rights that are, you know, part of their bankrupt assets for most of the still existing like production houses, right? And theoretically, you could buy up Blockbuster's distribution rights and use them to rent movies with NFT tokens. Might be an easier industry to break into than gaming, actually. Because, well, here's why. There's more to it than that. I've thought about this one a lot. I don't know if Cohen has, but see, movie companies, you know, used to make all of their money off of DVD sales, right? So even if a movie was like a flop, you can make the money on the other side with DVD sales, and that really opened up a lot more production possibility. And it's one of the reasons you see Hollywood trimming down franchises to just bare bones and constant sequels after sequels after sequels, because they're guaranteed to make money, right, at the box office. And without, you know, DVD rights, they're really not making any money off streaming. But if you could offer movie companies a way to sell their product in the secondary market without offering rights to streaming services, you could kind of crush the streaming services. And Netflix knows this, right? Because that's why they started, and Amazon does to an extent as well. That's why they started making their own movies, right? So they wouldn't be reliant on the big production houses to get content. But yeah, if you had a way, I mean, porn too, right? And yeah, I mean, whatever your feelings about porn are, it's a massive industry. But like the NFT space most readily could be used to sell the streaming rights tokenized, right? You like log into like a streaming platform, and then you put your NFT token in that you bought, and then that allows you to see whatever content you purchased. And that wouldn't really take a lot of infrastructure. Like it wouldn't take a lot of infrastructure changes to create. And then it's, you know, there's, you eliminate like the black market, right? If movies are only released via that NFT platform, there's no way to like, I mean you can always screen record and stuff, but it makes it a lot harder, and it would make it very hard to get like high quality video through like the black market channels, which could limit piracy, which is another big issue for the movie industry. So that would be interesting. You guys just gonna keep saying NF titties? So mature. Porn is a business, first and foremost. There's the pirate flag, meaning eliminate piracy. It'll be a lot harder to get a ripped movie if the only available format for that movie is via an NFT token that, you know, is your password to unlock a streaming version, right? I mean, like I said, you can still screen record, but then it's harder to assemble like a pirated product on the other end, because you have to deal with like the encoding issues and stuff. Realistic upside for SPX here before moving lower, 39.65. Possible. Yeah, we could see it bounce back that high. I hope not. I hope it continues to hold below VWAP. But yeah, we may retest. We still need to see VWAP turn into a resistance, which hasn't happened yet since Jesus, like March 24th. That was the last time like futures VWAP acted as a resistance. So if it acts as a resistance here, that's really bearish. But I could see us retesting it, and that's about 30. It's a little higher than 39.65, I think, but pretty close. Yeah, no, they're. I mean, like in the corporate world, like supply chain tracking via NFTs is already like probably one of its most discussed like use cases, like counterfeit verification. So you know, you get a pair of Nikes, it comes with like a little NFT tag on the fucking like loop through the, not the aglet, the eye hole, right? And then you know, you scan it and it tells you if your Nikes are authentic or not. That kind of shit. Gucci bags, Louis Vuitton purses, whatever. That's already like the most likely use case. Key numbers for steel, yeah, and even away from, yeah, in industrial use, it's really important too. That's why Bezos is interested in NFTs. VIN numbers for cars? Probably not. That's that system's so fucking archaic. It's not going to change. Not unless the insurance companies push for it, and they probably don't care. I think it's actually Bezos, is how it's pronounced. Yeah, Bezos. Uh, I'm not investing in it though. I don't want anyone to definitively tie a product back to me. Of course you don't. GME doing its own thing. Yeah. So holding your April 38.50s. Yes. Today was decent profit to sell some. It's okay. I think there's still more downside. I don't expect PC to be particularly bullish. You coming to Taylor Swift with me this summer? Absolutely fucking not. Do we just get bullish on RC and NFTs? No. RC's implementation of NFTs is basic and boring. So unless he plans on doing a lot more with them, selling fucking PDFs for Ethereum is stupid. And currently, there's no avenue like the avenue that GameStop has been pursuing into gaming just doesn't exist yet, and likely never will, because all the game developers are going to keep all of their money for themselves. They have no incentive to use a marketplace outside of their own structured economy. Jimmy broke your line, Dealy. Cool. Docu's discussed NFTs in their earnings calls a few times. They're pushing for legislation for their use as like a proof of signature. Yeah, but they can just create their own marketplaces. Like, how long do you think it would take Microsoft to set up an NFT marketplace? Can you comment on NVIDIA moving rightwards? Better than up. Smartphone game developers? Maybe. They get a small percentage for used games market on the NFT marketplace. But they're also, here's the problem with that. They would be allowing the sale of their digital property outside of their purview, right? So you buy a game, right? This is why Microsoft and Sony will never allow this. If you buy a game, right, from Microsoft, right, for $60 or 70 now, right? You play the game for a while, and then you're like, I'm going to sell this game on the GME Marketplace as a used digital asset. Yeah. And you're like, I'm going to charge $20 for it. But over here, 6 months later, Microsoft's selling that game for $39.99. They don't want this competition to ever exist. They don't want a secondary sale. They want you to come and buy it from them for $39.99. And then when they price it down to $19.99, they want you to come buy it at this price. They will never let individual consumers set the market price for their content. Because who the fuck's going to come and buy it for $39.99 when they can buy it from this guy for $20? Now, in this version, Microsoft gets the full $40. In this version, they get 0.05% of the sale. No, the royalties aren't worth it. They can sell that game for decades at $19.99. Yes, there could be a market for in-game items that would be worth it for them, but not for the games. And then for the market for in-game items, they can just set up their own marketplace that their developers are forced to use, right? It's all about maintaining control of the space, right? And something like GameStop would give control of those markets to the public, which is the opposite of what they want. So you need to do, and this takes a lot of time, is you need to convince the customers to come, the developers, to leave their contracts with Microsoft, with Sony, with Activision, with EA, right? And then make games and then distribute those games through the GME Marketplace and utilize the GME Marketplace for the in-game NFTs of those items, and mod packs and all of that. But all of those developers are in deals already. They're entrenched, right? And Microsoft will just be like, we'll give you more money, you stay with us, right? So you have to offer them the opportunity that they will be better off trying to develop games on their own. Which, we talked about in the past with like trying to use NFTs to fund creative projects. Like, I'm going to create one tokenizable like NFT, right? And then I'm going to divide up like that NFT into like 5,000 tokens, right? And then I'm going to sell each of those tokens for like $1 million a piece. And that's going to give me the budget to build my video game. And then ownership of that game, will go to the people that invested, right? And then they'll be able to distribute further copies of that game under their ownership rights. Or a movie or like content or whatever. But that's decades. It's decades for an industry to be built around that. And don't act like GameStop's like alone in the space. Like there are bigger players. I mean, we may be earlier to market, which is an advantage, right? But there's already other NFT platforms. There's bigger players that can jump in and catch up. I mean, more than likely, if GameStop's NFT marketplace was that many years of development ahead of someone like Amazon or Microsoft, they just buy them out. The real problem is any lack of utility with NFTs. Yeah, true. But they can represent like titled ownership of things, which has value. Valve NFTs, the substructure is already there. The customer's the marketplace. It would crush GME. Currently, yeah. Is this GME run just a sympathy run? No, I don't think so. The AMC halt may have forced some hedging across ETFs, but it also may have caused GME underwater short calls that were at risk to close, which is bullish. Am I in your top 10 favorite pours? I don't have any favorites. I don't do that. What do you think happens with NVIDIA near term, except JFresh and Dork, Carl? Secure. Frag. Well, Frag more than anyone. Frag's not a favorite, though. He's the favoritist. I didn't forget to say JC. Steam has banned NFTs. Yeah, just so no one can compete with them when they do their own. I hate half square. I don't think GME could win in the digital space. Any path forward would have to leverage IRL items with NFTs attached, like Funko amiibos that give in-game content. Yeah. Why can't options be traded on Schwab? I have no idea. Immediate transfer of title would be good for home and car sales. Lady bought a house from a county at auction. Didn't know the city had it scheduled for demolition. Title received too late. There's been a lot of titling issues with home buying lately. Yeah, it's a market that could benefit from it. But none of those are markets GameStop is targeting, right? I mean, maybe distribution tracking, but I doubt it. And then more than likely, I mean, they're targeting gaming, right? Yeah. What do you mean? Yeah, they just fired their entire dev team. NFC art can also be used to launder money and get tax write-offs, just like real art. For the final time, Girk, the thing you're missing is that Ryan Cohen is the greatest mind of his generation. No, I don't think so. How about a game on a theater screen? The entire theater of people played. What the fuck? Who would want to do that? That sounds awful. We bullish for Jimmy with AMC pressuring the rest of the basket. I was just bullish because there were obligations that I hadn't seen covered. Not that they were ever going to be. But the pump helps. Kind of crazy how all this news always comes at the most opportune times, right? Trust me, bro tweets that lead to nothing, but all of a sudden the basket's running. Dr. Disrespect, big streamer, is planning an Escape from Tarkov game where you extract with NFTs. Game will be so overrun with cheaters, it will be like 100% unplayable for anyone else. Sounds about right. I mean, it's pretty common to cut dev teams after you've completed a platform, right? Yeah, what would Ryan Coden know about running a business? A public one? Apparently nothing. Otherwise, he would have leveraged the last 2 years of insane hype on his fucking stock to raise obscene amounts of capital and do whatever the fuck he wanted. Blockbuster NFT thesis is the exact same at video games as video games. It's all about distribution. Yeah, but Microsoft has their own, they distribute their own product, right? They have their own like direct path to the customer. Sony distributes their own products. And they pay the devs. Like they fund the development of games. So you cut off their funding, and who's funding the devs? Don't cut me. I'm sorry. Like a game like Diablo, ironically, since that's on everyone's mind right now, is perfect for NFTs, right? It allows people who have all the time in the world to go and farm items for people that have no time to play but want to enjoy endgame content, right? FPS games with skins. There's no bull case or GME. The only player is on the trader side based on volatility. If you need proof, look at the effort placed in the NFT marketplace early on when momentum was in their favor. E-commerce same-day delivery on gamer goods has been a fart in the wind. Hold on. RC missed the boat. Probably for a couple years. I mean, crypto is going to get fucking hammered through a recession. That model of pay to win does fine without NFTs. But, you know, you put it in a game that doesn't have pay to win. Well, or does. Magic the Gathering or Pokemon card NFTs, pretty good. Yeah. I mean, I'm surprised Wizards hasn't already started doing that. Hasbro loves money. Wizards prints it. I don't understand why that's not already a thing. When RC runs out of cost to cut and people to fire, GME will have nothing to offer beyond that. I mean, he could still try to turn that $1 billion into something of value. That'd be cool. No, not nearly to a great enough degree, Stefan. He could have raised billions and billions in capital. He raised $1 billion. He could have been public facing about his intentions, which would have kept the stock price elevated the entire time, right? Probably enough to keep the shorts out completely, scare them away, and not like just do announcements every month. Like, we're doing this, we're targeting this. Check out this new product that we're looking into. Like fucking Elon does without ever actually doing anything, right? You keep the hype train going. You don't let it die or fade into obscurity after $1 billion offering. You go out and you talk about all the crazy shit you intend to do with your NFT marketplace, even if it's a complete fucking failure. And then you sell fucking bonds to JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs based on the idea that your NFT marketplace is going to do all the things that I've been talking about for the last fucking hour, right? And then you get a bunch of fucking money and you do something with it. Yeah, look at fucking Jensen out there talking up AI that doesn't even exist yet. And his fucking language models. It's like, no, in the future we're going to sell so much of this shit that we haven't made and no one's currently buying. Hear me out. AI. Crank it. No one's going to own anything anymore. The AI will own it all. And then they'll turn it into soft goods for people to consume. Like the Matrix. Like, yeah, like an AI factory. You notice how Jensen didn't mention that all of the people currently interested in buying their supercomputers already had, and they had no revenue to show for it? He didn't say that, because you don't say that when you run a public company. You say what people want to hear. Your stock goes to 300. You sell your bags to other people. The more you rant, the harder GME runs. Don't stop GameStop. GME's just running because the market's moving up and somebody closed a bunch of short calls. Selling bags to other people is not the way. I read it in one of those Teddy books. Oh, fuck. You make the bags and you sell them to big institutions and they give you money, and then you take that money and you do 1/4 of what you promised to do. This is how you run a public company. You promise the world, deliver a little bit of it, and as long as you can deliver something, you're a god. Jimmy was moving opposite the market most of the day. No, it wasn't. Market? Open to now. GME open to now. It's not negative beta. It's just more exposed because it's illiquid right now. Positive, higher positive beta. Oh, look, market dumping, GME dumping. Crazy. Do you think that with the GME sneeze and people are learning about options that another stock had similar hype and movement, it could run further? No. In this macro environment, less likely. People aren't as well capitalized, right? Everyone had their like big piles of stimulus money that they were YOLOing into shit. Market rejected on its first test of VWAP. Well, futures rejected on their first test of VWAP. Again, if we want to see the market go down more, you want to see VWAP turn into resistance here. If you want to see GME go up more, you want the market to go to 40.50. I mean, they just got rejected on VWAP and are moving back up to test it again. Futures. 428, 27, 29 at 219. 428, 27, and 29 calls at 219 and 176. With the current outlook, it is better to hold through tomorrow, potential upside, or sell now and reduce my losses. Up to you, man. Kirk never notices me anymore. He only cares about money. Lol, big piles of stimulus money. I mean, people that already had money and then received stimulus money were treating it as disposable income. Not cunts who bought one share of GME at $300 and act like they're going to be billionaires. I'm talking about the people who are already gambling on Wall Street bets with the free money the government gave them when GME became a thing and went balls deep YOLOing on calls. Those people had disposable income, not poor people who use their stimulus money to pay for food. The lower middle class through upper middle class, which is a crazy small subset of the population. I changed my name for him. What? What are you on about? A lot of people who didn't have money also bet their stimulus on GME because everyone was chanting that it was going to be worth thousands. Yeah. Hopefully they sold at the top. Stop exposing me in public, please. I'm sorry. Are any brokers allowing short shares of AMC or Bobby? Or is it hard to borrow everywhere? About to move on from Fidelity. What? I'm just because it's hard to borrow. Hard to borrow just means that the price to borrow it's more. I use my stimulus money to buy food. I used my other money to YOLO. Okay, either way. Ridiculous. All I'm going to say is that the trading range I predicted today was accurate. It's within a couple bucks. Nice, man. Mine was pretty good. I know you have. I wasn't questioning your longevity. Longevity? I don't want to say it that way. I don't know why. The real stimulus is the multi-millionaire entrepreneurs who got payment protection plan money, which tens and hundreds of millions of literal free money with zero obligations. Yeah, some of those weren't multi-millionaires until the payment protection plan money. That's true. My wife stole my stimmy money because she knows I'm a degenerate gambler. As a 380 buyer, I also thought it was going to the thousands. Boy, has it been a learning experience at the School of Hard Knocks. Yeah. I was gonna buy 3 DTEs. You think puts or calls? For what? Hey Gork, we're getting closer to mid-April without a market crash. I may get funds settled before ouchie downs. Maybe. So based on your chart, SPX gonna retest 3980 at least. I don't know. We broke down from market open and put positioning was strong. So the upper range is really like if futures rally overnight. Otherwise, we're gonna probably continue to trade in the lower range. I mean, if I had to say right now, based on positioning, it's more likely that we're gonna drift. I mean, right now they're stocking the 3925 put, right? Which means that they're going to try to pull it down. And then we may see like 3940, 3900 with 3920. Like we saw this before. I forget which economic data point it was, but it was like 3940, 3925, and 3900 was like the delta neutral range. If we see enough capitulation of puts, then we could move up into like the 30, like 4,000 range. Well, maybe 4,000 at the top of the neutral range. Like that. I don't think so though. I think futures is about to see um like a rejection here at VWAP. And if this rejects at VWAP, we're gonna come back probably back down to trend, right? Which is gonna put us at 3,900 at the midpoint going into PCE. This seems to be what the majority of participants are pushing for. PCE is on Friday. I don't know. I expect PCE to either be flat or slightly up. Did you cut the 25C on Jimmy? No, I bought them for tomorrow. Check DM, thoughts. That's down, right? Month over month. I managed to buy 421 puts on Friday at the high, and they're still losing because of VIX. Did you buy them super far out of the money? Yeah, VIX is down a lot. VIX sucks. What's the longest term? 5 DT, 10 DT, 30 DT, short strangles that make sense. Seems like we'll be staying SPX 3900, 4050 for a while. I wouldn't sell a lot of theta on short strangles. Generally between like 1 and 3. Market volatility is still very high, and there's some serious fucking risk there, especially if you're heavily leveraged on short strangles. What do you call it when you really feel like you're getting the hang of something, but also keep losing money? Dunning-Kruger? Gork, I have a realized loss of $4 today. What are you going to do with the other $8 left in your portfolio? Do you have an ideal re-entry for a straddle, like 3970? I'm trying to better understand the SPX levels and positioning. I mean, the most important levels here are 3980, 3965, and 3950 right now. I'll probably enter a straddle at 3965. I kind of want to see what happens here first, but yeah, this isn't a bad spot. If it rejects, then I'll enter at 3950. I'm gonna enter my straddle differently. If we get like a serious rejection off of VWAP here. Ooh. Dork, it turned the tips around. The tips are gaping again. Hmm. Yep. Forked him right back the other way. Cool. What does that mean? More possible liquidity realization. Okay, I'm just gonna straddle this. This didn't reject hard enough. Come on. Steak tacos for dinner, 6 Central Time. See you there. I'll get a helicopter. For the same amount of money, do you think shorting Tesla or NVIDIA is more profitable if buying June puts? Tesla's probably easier. But I would say NVIDIA has more room to fall. Just have Jork fly to New York and piggyback ride you to Chicago. Okay. If he's down, obviously. Sure, man. Why is Tesla easier? Because it's not in the middle of a hype bubble. Also, I'm pretty sure it's already below gamma neutral. We're very close. Yeah, it's like right below. Gamma neutral is at 185 on Tesla. So it's like right at gamma neutral. NVIDIA is still pretty far above it. I mean, could have been profit taking on calls. It was a pretty fat chunk of volume. Could have just been shorting. Could be dumping of internalization. I mean, we're starting to track with the market again here, so even this sell-off like started on a drop in the market, right? Right here. Yeah. It's like these first 3 candles. And then the market snapped back, but GME kept selling off into the bottom. So, I mean, the market was still trending down. You're just looking at the candle color and saying that it didn't track, but it did. ES still testing VWAP. Did hedge funds have processing power? Some do. Probably not very many of them, but some. I bought Tesla puts yesterday. It was in the fucking Pickles picks. What do you mean I didn't tell you? I didn't know I was supposed to individually message you all my plays. I'll keep that in mind. This is a bounce off gamma neutral. Russell. Do you see Upstart getting pushed below 12? Probably. Do you have a talk with Carl about his shilliness? Is he not being shilly enough? Fake Gherk messaging me all of his plays. If GME closes above 23, we're ripe for a rounded bottom. You still have some hope for GME tomorrow. Will it get shorted to oblivion without a little bit more of a run? Doesn't seem very likely. I mean, I have calls for GME for tomorrow, but I'm also prepared to just full port sell calls on GME tomorrow. Baba never even hit the price target, driver. This is. I was like, I like Baba puts in the fucking $88 to $90 range, and all day yesterday, Baba traded at like 86. Why would I buy puts on something that was already trading at my midpoint price target at open? Downward gap fill after 10K? We'll see. Did you say below 11? On what? I will not, Bob. All good, actual Dan. I know you've not been complimentary of GME puts, but how far dated deep in the money, about far dated deep in the money at the end of tomorrow? I mean, that's a way to protect a shareholding. Yo, Gurk, what is a 10Q? Oh, Jesus, fuck. Any veracity to the Archegos swaps expiring tomorrow? No. Swaps expire on the quarterly expirations, which was OPEX. Like CME swaps, they all expire on the quad witching. What do they think, that just fucking a random Wednesday is when swaps expire? Who the fuck is writing this DD? Show me support or resistance levels are for FCNCA. That's got way too many letters in it. Why are you planning a short on this? Thing that gapped up $300 fucking dollars? Downside support at 884.96. No risk level. That's, I guess, 39.50. The risk is too wide to even enter. I learned about swaps yesterday and wrote a DD about it. Like the other guy who wrote the swaps DDs. Yeah. My thesis is it's not going to stay there for long. Why? I'm curious. Because it went up too much? You don't think maybe it could go up more? Hmm. Were you friends with Pone What the Fuck Barbecue? Friends? I mean, we used to talk more, and then she got mad at me for fucking calling out James Rowland for stealing my shit, and then I haven't really talked to her since. I wouldn't say we were friends, but like acquaintances a bit. Do you miss your secretaries or the dance fill that hole, if you know what I'm saying? I know what you're saying, and the answer is no. I have a NVIDIA 519 200p. They're currently down about 40% right now. I've been averaging down, but I'm curious if I should just cut and roll out to June or wait until they're at break even. I mean, if you think NVIDIA is going to go up, and then you could cut now and purchase June's for cheaper later, then yes. If you think NVIDIA is going to continue down, then probably not. Are you streaming earnings? Also, why are contractors always late? I already streamed earnings. At least, yeah, Zenko knows what he's talking about. Hey, brother, can you offer some in-depth knowledge on how you exit straddles? How and when you decide which leg to cut? Well, preferably when they're green. And when to ride it. I mean, that's just following a trend. That's practice. You'll get better at trading with time. When do you think the VIX will get spicy again? Probably after PCE. Or at least after everyone's done repositioning. Pone is the greatest person in the world. Just ask her. How many tests do bulls need to get the picture that the market wants to go down? But bulls don't want it to go down. I think what you're seeing now is everyone wanted things to go up previously. And now some people don't. The SPX price action today, do you anticipate any changes to your Wednesday expected price range? I'll have to see how positioning ends up at the end of the day, but right now I'd say based on the 39.25 puts, probably. Tomorrow's probably likely to continue trading in lower ranges, especially if VWAP turns into resistance here. It's acted as support twice today. If it turns into resistance here, and we continue to fail, then yeah, it's looking pretty bearish into Thursday. I'm into NVIDIA put spreads. Only has to stay below 272. No sweat. Nice. Evan CA basically purchased the banks Silvergate had after their biz blew up, gapped up $300. So after the dust settles, I'm sure I'll see sub 800 before end of year. Okay. Is there enough options interests? Or are you just going to short it? Did you ever read the article I sent you on Burry's ETF bubble thesis? Thoughts on what happens when that bubble pops? Burry's ETF bubble thesis? I don't think I saw it. Are you talking about like Burry's like paper on liquidity that he wrote years ago? It's in your DMs. It's a fucking Seeking Alpha article. I don't pay for that garbage. I know there was a paper that Burry's been flinging about for a while. Is that what it's referencing? About passive investing? That's that paper is one of the reasons I don't like to own things for, like 5 to 10 year windows. I've read it in the past, like not whatever this is. This is like an article about that. It was an interesting read. I mean, the original paper that like thesis is based on was written like at the beginning of last year, I think. The inelastic market hypothesis. It's by I think it was some researchers at Harvard and University of Chicago. I can't remember their names. It was first published like back in 2020, and they've revised it a couple times. But yeah, let me see if I can find that paper. I'll post the link for everyone. It's a good read. Um, there we go. I sent you the summary bullets from the article. Purdy's long been a critic of passive investing, comparing it to 2008 CDO, suggesting passive investing distorts price discovery and becomes flow driven. One of the studies it refers to implies that every dollar flowing into stocks can result in $5 of value being added to equity markets, implying that markets are inelastic. In 2008, derivatives and illiquidity could again play a key role if we see flows from passive investment strategies reversing for the first time, testing market liquidity. The ownership of passive investing has historically been understated, and the underlying market dynamics not often spoken about when it comes to risk, liquidity, regulations, and derivatives. Our research focuses on the unique and completely overlooked data that shows why we may be close to bursting the bubble. Okay, so I don't know. I'll figure out how to pull down the paywall later. I don't want to fucking buy Seeking Alpha. And the article goes into the last point. Okay. I would imagine passive investment flow into ETFs from mutual funds has been dropping over the last year and a half, right? Just tell me if I'm close. And that's creating a liquidity issue in the ETFs. Yeah. Oh, okay. No shit, Sherlock. I'm sorry. I'll try not to be such a dick. No, I won't. Uh. They're only a year behind on noticing. Good job on them. That's not bad. To be fair, Burry was only like 2 years behind the guy who actually found out that CDOs were a systemic risk. What does that bursting bubble do? It fucks everything. You saw how NVIDIA got driven up recently by all the fund flow from ETFs as ETFs started buying it at a premium and a bigger premium and bigger premium. Okay, so think the opposite of that, where ETFs start selling their holdings at a discount. That's why I'm bearish on NVIDIA, because if it starts going down, it's gonna go down fast, right? Like if it gets as much steam going down as it did going up, or even maybe a little bit more, because fear propagates more fear. Oh boy, that'll be a fun ride. Gamma squeezes work far better to the downside. The article points out that going long major holdings in SPX could be the play because they'd get pumped, which they did, see NVIDIA, but the downside should be just as explosive. Yeah. I mean, that's why we were long all through like Jan and Feb into that rally. There's still residuals of that are in the market, but you know, we've been going down since February SLD. So I mean, you know, at the peak of February, you had, you know, like those share recalls and everyone going long, right? And that's when we, you know, almost tested 4,200, much to the chagrin of JFresh. We missed it by a couple dollars. But you know, after that point, you know, the participants are more split, right? Not as many are in a, most have risked off, and there are still some that haven't, and that's led to a lot of the price action we've seen over the course of March. And now, and even now, we're starting to see this week, it's even more noticeable that not everyone who was long last week, you know, that consistent drive up in the market is no longer as consistent anymore, right? So as more and more participants pull their risk out and flip short, it becomes harder and harder to facilitate that. Like, so yesterday, zero DTs were like flooding in on the bid on every uptick, right? But then we'd hit resistance, and then boom. This is more confirmation that no one reads my DD. I'm the only one, turd. I upvote it too. I can leave comments if you want me to. I read your DD. I was talking about turd. I was talking to turd. Stop messaging me in Discord. Fuck off. Well, as time goes on, the long and short will become more contested. And then, you know, eventually we'll reach a consensus majority of participants that have risked off and are now short, and then big downs, right? If you want to think about it purely from like a macro perspective. Stop confirming my bias. Okay. Not a problem. Thanks, Lugs. I appreciate it. Did I miss T5 today, or should I look out for more tomorrow? I mean, we saw some resolution of liquidity today, but not a lot. And I think most of it was just prompted by AMC running. DD is good when I can't understand it. If I get it in the first read, then it's bullshit. Sometimes it's just bullshit. and it doesn't make sense. My 2320 sell limit order was hit with that initial spike. So now I'm out of GME. Oh, okay. I hope this gets rejected so hard. We'll see. I mean, it's another test of VWAP. The fact that we got rejected on the first one's kind of bearish, but this does have a little bit of long side momentum, so especially the VIX dropping here. I wonder if we just get like a period, like a small period of volatility to the upside of VWAP here. We're trading above it right now. See if it holds. It may not. This is the second test. Same level, roughly. If it fails, it might fail spectacularly. Ooh. Bats? No! Don't price me out, you bitch. Chase it? I did. Create order. No, fail this test. Destroy the bulls. Print my puts bigly. I bought way too many puts with 20 minutes to expiration. I hope this works out. We're gonna need kind of a fat rejection here. Would you cut 21 April 25C on GME or roll out and wait till tomorrow with the impending 10K? I'm probably just gonna hold them. I bought them for tomorrow. Not so much the 10K, but the liquidity. No, I didn't buy any Jimmy puts. When hedging far dated puts with nearer dated calls, best to get the same amount of delta or slightly more or less. Not sure I'm hedging effectively. Thanks for what you do, man. You can get the same amount of delta for way less money if you're using, especially on like SPX or SPY. What time does the 10K come out? I have no idea. Probably either in the morning or after market close. When you buy CSPs, do you mostly sell them in the money or out of the money? I mean, the majority of them I sell out of the money. You sell them, right? No. I'll just read downwards in an epic way. Nice. Hmm. Oh, hey, I filled above the mid. Cool. I picked up some GME and the money puts price my shares in case the 10Q is super bearish, but I'm holding off on CCs in case it's really bullish. Does that make sense? Yes. That seems reasonable. So have you answered the following already? The internet guy finally showed up. Can you offer some depth knowledge on how you exit straddles? God damn you, Celtic. You son of a bitch. You'll get better at trading with time. You got to learn to follow a trend. That's really all I can tell you. You've got to learn how to tell how strong a trend is, with volume and whatever options data you have available to you, and then determine where the peak of that trend is likely to be, and then attempt to follow your position into the peak of that trend. But be prepared to stop out if you don't attain it. And the same is true for the other leg. Here's the reason that I'm still moderately bullish on GME. T5 isn't over yet. Usually there is still some liquidity to be resolved. Arbitrage is still negative, and there are still a shitload of calls that were sold that are in the money. I think that EMA that you're projecting there just breaks down. No worries, dude. So you're saying you gotta know when to hold them and know when to fold them? Yep. I'm not reading the rest of that. What does it mean when you say arbitrage is still negative? It means that the arbitrage on GME and foreign markets is not resolving due to the lack of liquidity in its primary market, right? Which is NYSE. Generally, arbitrage should resolve instantaneously. There shouldn't be any spread in the arbitrage that's not immediately taken advantage of because it's free money. So there's a big pile of free money on GME that no one's taking advantage of because there's not enough liquidity to take advantage of it. Best entries are the points where the price can go either way, though. Yeah, I mean, I don't see it. Most of the calls above 190 now are sold on Tesla. If it's got any upside, it's pretty rough and would probably get rejected around like 191. And if it didn't get rejected around 191, that's where I would enter on the long side for a test of the upper trend. Which looks like about where your higher EMA will pull down to. I don't know. Maybe Tesla needs some ETF liquidity tomorrow. I haven't really looked at its liquidity, but I don't think so. Can these idiot bulls push us back to 4,000 overnight? Sure. I mean, I'm straddled at 39.65. It seemed like the best point given the price action. I set my buybacks at 193, which is around 191. Yeah, well, the 191's entry's better because if it tests the high range at like 196, 195, you can exit profitably on a rejection, right? Whereas you're not going to be very profitable on a rejection if you enter at 193. So I like the lower, higher risk entry better because it helps you offset risk later in the play. Lack of liquidity is also evident in all of that barcoding we did in after hours yesterday and PM today, right? Yes. A little bit. I mean, some liquidity was realized this morning's pre-market. Which, you know, they shorted with today. Although the net effect of their shorting was minimal. Because GME is still fairly illiquid. Can the bulls push it to 4,000 before close? I don't know. Probably not. That would be excessive. maybe back to open. We gotta be close, right? Is this open right here? 39.77. So weird with all these days closing fucking flat. Yeah, I mean, it broke up finally. This can get rejected, though. Futures might trade back up to 40.17 in after hours and might reject there. Ooh. Someone's playing ES tonight. This guy. Here. So if this breaks up, I mean, there's resistance that's been persistent throughout the day here at 40.10. But we could test 40.17 overnight. I think some of this is just out of the money put capitulation, though. I wouldn't read too much into it. Do you ever stream ES? No. I'm not really set up to stream it. The broker I use uses like these weird pop-up windows, and I have a really hard time capturing them with OBS. Also, I don't want to be on fucking camera all day. Yeah. Well, sometimes I use IBKR. Ninja. I'm very, very poor. I just want to make a few £100 off of GME stock. Okay. Well, that's not impossible to do. Does Max Payne work on SPY? I've been following it, and it seems to be fairly accurate. So for now, 0DT isn't swaying things that much. No, they're not. But the reason isn't because of Max Payne. Max Payne never works. You're looking at a reading on Max Payne of where the market maker is neutral as of market open. Max Payne fluctuates as calls and puts are bought throughout the day, and the market maker hedges. Now, on something like SPX, Max Payne, if you tracked it throughout the day, which you're not going to be able to, because you're not going to get live OI data, but if you were able to track it throughout the day, it would be very accurate, because being anything but delta neutral on SPX is extremely risky for market makers, right? And so more so than like an individual stock like GameStop. It's one of the reasons trading SPX is better than like trading SPY, because SPY can have some variation from the actual index, whereas market makers are more likely to behave themselves appropriately on SPX and not take any risk. And so the SPX follows its options flow very well with input from futures and VIX, but it tends to do what it's supposed to do. Whereas like a GME, if people are buying like $30 calls right now, no one's hedging them, right? They'll sell you as many $30 calls as you want to buy, but they're absolutely not going to fucking hedge them unless we break up above gamma max. And that's one of the reasons you get that surge of buying after you break gamma max and it carries higher, is because the market maker is like, oh fuck, we've got to hedge all these contracts we weren't hedging. So playing SPX options scares the bejesus out of me. That's fair. I'm not gonna, man, I can't say enough how risky playing short-term SPX options can be. It's very easy to lose like $10,000 like in no time. Playing SPY is fine. I mean, obviously, it's less advantageous than SPX, but it's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. Lots and lots and lots of traders trade SPY and QQQ. Man, I really fucking nailed the top there on those shitty call or puts. Nice. NVIDIA? I don't know. Back to 263. This isn't really... I mean, kind of just flat like the rest of the market. It might be like SPXW on TD. I don't know what it is. I don't have TD, so I'm not sure what the ticker they use is. Sometimes it's like period SPX or SPXW or SPX period W. Been there, done that. Flush 10K and 0 DTs. Don't know the MTE conversion off the top of my head. Yeah, I mean, I've had days where I make like 100, 200K on 0 DTs, but I also have days where, you know, sometimes you lose like 15 grand. Like sometimes you keep averaging down into that target resistance, and then it just gets hard rejected, and you're fucking destroyed. It's it's very, very like longer dated positions on SPX are a little safer. Theta protects you really well from near term price movement. If I didn't have a lot of money, I probably would play like 5, 7 DTEs with tight targets and tight stops. I would probably still play SPX, but you don't want to fuck with 0 DTs unless you have a lot of money to throw away. Or you can hedge, or you can average down infinitely. Like, I can just keep buying 0 DTs until my price target gets hit, and then by the time it hits, or even comes close, right, then I can cut them at break even. And I also know the ranges really well, so I'm not usually taken by surprise. But it does, even then, it still happens. Ding ding. The SPX calls cash settle automatically after close. If you don't close it before, just like puts, yeah, they should. They should automatically cash settle if there's 0 DTs. All right. Yeah. So today also relatively flat. You know, we traded down into the day with a significant amount of put interest, but closing the day pretty neutral, which you know kind of tracks with my estimates that we're going to kind of trade up and down as positioning plays out into the end of the week, right? And you know, end up still in that neutral range. I don't know where that neutral range is going to be. It's either going to be like 4,000. It looks like right now 4,039.80 or 39.50. And this may actually be the range, right? This could be the Strangle. And then we could see the straddles coming at 39.80. The only reason I don't think this will be the case is because the call interest at 4,000 is still high, and the put interest at 39.50 is still high. And whoever wins this battle of attrition gets to not have to buy the other side of their hedge, right? And so they get a significant advantage by being at the money in the position they're already in. So we'll see how that plays out. GME, obviously, tomorrow's the last day I have any expectations for it. I'll be looking for to sell covered calls by the end of day tomorrow, provided that there's no unexpected price action. And then, yeah, so we'll see what happens. But right now we are trading in the lower range. We're closer to 39.65. Futures can get rejected at that 40-20 test pretty easily right here in the overnight session. If they do, we may open back at VWAP, which is here. And if we open back at VWAP, we're more likely to trade to the downside. And we may see a realization of those like 35.25 puts. If we break up to the upside of this in the overnight session, we may see a retest of the high range up here at 40.50, and that's about 40.20 on SPX, roughly. So we'll see how it goes. Obviously, overnight straddles still remain really good. It's probably the best way to manage this extremely choppy action. And, you know, you can hedge a little bit with 0 DTEs, but even that's kind of risky right now. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a great night, everybody. Later.